Cause like I had that. It's on OBS. I have to change it because of the cards that were changed. Desktop microphone. Live cam mic. Testing, testing. Okay, it's something. Okay, now mics are hot.
Hey.
And we're live. Hi everyone, welcome. I had some technical issues because I got a new video card like a week ago and didn't check any of the actual drivers on OBS, and so things just weren't working. But something is working currently right now, and that's all that matters. That being said, hey everyone, welcome. It's finale time. It's finale day. It's the last stream of the year, even, that is just in case unless I decide to go stream some dinosaurs or Stardew Valley at some point, because I miss y'all. It's the last actual play stream of the year, with some of my favorite people, and I don't say that facetiously. I mean it. Some of my favorite people. So, for the final time this year, let's go around and have everyone introduce themselves and their character, starting with our storyteller. And what is the final awkward icebreaker question you have for us today, Arnica?
Alrighty. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming back to our season finale of Avatar: Reign of Smoke and Ashes. I am Arnica, your GM for the game, she, her. And for our last question of the season and for the year, let's go ahead and get in the holiday spirit. If you had to give your character like the perfect holiday gift, what would you give them? What is something they would be really excited to get from you for the holidays?
Can I amend something?
Yeah.
But I also want to know what your character would give the other characters for a holiday gift.
We got time, sure.
We have time. It's fine. I'm the boss. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Well, then you can go first.
No, I always go last. That's the thing. I have to. That's the rules. I go last.
Mm-hmm. Them damn loopholes.
Unfortunately, Casey, you going first.
I don't.
Since you started it.
I don't mind going first. I got no problem with that. Hi, I'm Casey. My character is our very well, he's Lofong, and he's had quite a journey, let's just say. And oh boy, I'm gonna go to Lofong last because trying to come up with his present is difficult. Well, let's see, what would he give to everybody? I mean, okay. Well, for Kim Ji-woon, he probably Kim Ji-woon looks like a guy who might at some point want to learn how to fight, maybe. Like he's been aggressive and then just hasn't really done much with it. I don't know. Maybe he'd give him like a nice dagger or something. I don't know. Something he swiped from like a Fire Nation person or something. I don't know, something cool. Wong, honestly, the best thing he could probably give Wong would be like his list of like good places to hide out in various cities throughout the Earth Kingdom. I am. I think he would be absolutely lost on what to give Kayam.
Honestly, you could just give him a potato and it would be
yeah. He'd probably just go get Kayam some really high quality produce and call it a day. As far as what I would give Lofong, oh boy, therapy.
Free therapy.
Yeah. Yeah, like
I'm here for therapy.
here's a year's worth of therapy. Go talk to someone.
I don't know how I would feel if somebody gave me a year's worth of therapy. Like, part of me would just be like, excuse you, but the other would be like, God, I really need this.
Right?
Happily offended.
Yeah.
That's I think that's all I got. So
Love it.
Okay, I am Obadiah, but today, for one last and final time, I will be Kim Ji-woon. And what Kim Ji-woon would receive from Obadiah is honestly some Frank Ocean albums, because the man needs some strange, introspective, and ever so slightly deranged R&B. He needs that in his life. I think he'd really appreciate it. Now, for everybody else, lightning round, Cayenne, box of condoms, whoa, fake IDs, low Fong, directions to a safe house in the Earth Kingdom, is apparently you need to lie low for a while.
yep.
Is it my turn? Okay, I missed what you said for Wong. What did you say for
Yeah,
Wong?
what does Wong get for Christmas?
Fake IDs.
Fake IDs, that's
Perfect,
right.
thank you. I missed it, sorry. Hi, I'm Mara, I use they, she pronouns, and for the season 1 finale, I'll be playing Wong, who uses he, they pronouns. What Wong would get for the party, the Kim Ji-woon would get like some really nice swiped clothing from somewhere. God, I'm blanking on everyone's names because no one changed their name. It's okay. Lo Fong would get a nice weapon, also swiped from somewhere. And Kai-in would get like a succulent or very pretty rock. What I would get... Yeah, right. What I get for Wong would be me, the creator, just plopping him in with his brother and sister so they can hug each other. That's the first thing that popped into my head. I'm like, that's fucking sad.
It's very sad. Hey everybody, I'm Val. This is my channel. I break Kayam. They're the person that's apparently getting condoms, potatoes, and other things. Like, for their winter solstice, and a pretty rock, and extremely excited about it. Like, not being facetious, just likes getting presents. As far as what they would buy for his friends, for Kim Ji-woon, I think that you would get a cooking kit for spicy nudes, like the whole, like how it's like we have bonded over spicy nudes so many times that I feel like we, not just a kit, like we would go to classes together. Like we would go to cooking classes together to make spicy nudes. Like, with Lo Fong, you would get an acorn, because you might have murdered his family, but go grow a tree with this, okay? Like, actually, he would give you a jug of the finest shine, swamp shine.
Hell yeah.
The finest swamp shine, which is the worst schwill at any bar. And then for Wong, would get something conditional in the fact that he would probably get tickets to the kabuki play, but you have to go with Kayam. Like, you have to go.
They would.
Yeah.
They would.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And it's like sexy seats too, so you have to dress up nice.
You just want to see him in nice. You just want to see him in nice clothes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He wants to see all of you in nice clothes. So, I mean, he sees Kim Jong-un in nice clothes all the time. The rest of you, man. Anyway.
So what we're saying is we need art of all of us dressed up real nice.
Yeah, absolutely. We would just to go to the opera, you know.
Let's go. It's a date. He would not see it as a date. It would not click, but it's a date.
It's a date. Yeah, absolutely. And as far as when I would get Kayam, I'd get him a potato. I would get him like new paints for his potatoes.
What about a purple potato?
Oh, like a purple yam? Like Japanese, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. God, I love Japanese.
Ube.
yams.
Uh-oh.
I love sweet potatoes so much. Oh, we lost Arnica.
We have lost Arnica.
Oh no.
You can do it. We have faith in you.
Check
no.
the Discords and see what happened.
But yeah, God, what a great bunch of gifts
I know.
for everybody. Arnica's laptop died.
Oh.
Is what she said in thing.
Yep.
Wow. It's my laptop died. BRB. It's a thing. Our cameras are all messed up, and I don't want to put them back. But we can still give commentary while we're on Splash, so our audio is still there if we're wanting to have conversations. What is everybody having for their finale drink today? I have bourbon.
I have tea.
I've just got soda because I have to go out after here, so I can't afford to get tipsy yet.
Oh, that's because you're gonna get tipsy for the party.
Yeah.
As I was telling Val before we got on, like as soon as I got on, I have like this little tea strainer. I dropped the whole thing in my mug, and I have tea leaves all throughout my tea right now. So I've been drinking tea leaves since I started drinking my drink.
Oh man,
it's good tea though.
It's good tea.
Today is non-alcoholic. I was drinking yesterday, and other people were buying my drinks yesterday, so I got to cut back.
People were buying. Ooh.
Not that way.
Damn it! I was excited for you for like a hot second.
But it's a business networking, and I'm friendly. People buy me drinks a lot.
It's fair. Listen, anytime you don't have to pay for your own alcohol is a good time. Like
yeah. Like I was
Mike's,
not gonna.
Yeah, Mike's are still live. We're purposely. I just don't feel like redoing cameras when Arnica is coming back, because it's the 5 to 4, so we're just giving commentary while we're hanging out on Splash. Thank you, Ava, though.
It was like special themed old fashioned that I don't have to pay for. Okay, sure.
Nice.
Whatever you said, bro.
Also, Arnica's like the one person that we can't continue even if they're having issues.
Yeah, that's true. I have a feeling like we could manage, like we could do this GM-less and just go to the opera. But
we could definitely fuck around a little bit.
We can fuck around in character. That's not an issue. But in case it is, we're gonna give Arnica a little time to get back on here. It's not a finale or a premiere. Like the worst tech issues always happen on, and I know Ava's in stream, so she understands. They're always around either premiere or finale time. So
absolutely, it always happens.
Always the worst ones, yeah. But it'd be like that sometimes. Like, just be like that sometimes. Mm-hmm.
Also, since it's been a couple weeks, do we want to give like a quick recap? If we remember.
Okay, so we were we left
in Omashu.
Yeah, we were in Omashu.
I had nice time fucking around with the worst card captain. Why couldn't I get his dad? It'd been so much easier.
Oh yeah, douchebag McGee.
I'm still like waffling back and forth on if like the plan is to sell him a diamond or to skip straight to his girl and then make him pay not only for the privilege of letting us in, but for the possibility of smoothing over this relationship breach he has let me cause.
I need to find this girl and take her out on a date and show her how she should be treated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like if
so if you want to add more steps, the actual end of this is.
Yeah.
If you want to add a couple more steps, the absolute end of this is without question, and then we took your girl.
And then we took your girl. It'd be hilarious if we added like a fifth person and they just played that girl.
Listen, I have plenty of people. We all know plenty of
It's
people
true,
we can
all know
ask.
plenty of people that could do it, and it would be amazing.
She back
Oh man, look at that! I'm gonna put
just in time.
So that was fun and exciting for no fucking reason. Just like
It's
hi.
okay. We have been recapping and talking about dates and shit like that. So we're gonna take this guy's girlfriend.
The guard captain.
Yeah, the guard captain's girlfriend because he just deserves better. Mm.
Yeah, probably.
Plus, we're a real sausage fest. Like Kyan thinks you guys are great, but like sometimes there just needs to be a feminine touch.
The fact that we all made masked characters is, I'm still not over it.
It's very funny. I'll be right back. It's refusing to register my camera again.
It's okay.
Oh no.
Ah!
Oh boy.
Oh
I'm
no.
gonna things back. This will be fun. I'm not going back to Splash this time. You're just gonna have to deal with our half heads.
Yeah.
No, I will. It's literally bothering me so much. I can't deal. Like I looked at it, I was like, nope. Can't deal. Alright, let's see who's gonna register your camera now. Erica.
No, it's not. And I'm not in anything. I'm gonna give it one more time, then I have to swap to a different machine. I don't
Okay.
know what it's doing, and I don't know why it's doing
Okay,
it.
it's okay. Oh,
Okay,
you're back.
there we go.
Look at
Oh,
it.
Yeah,
there we go.
Let's
We
go.
are actually here, and now, Arnica, it's all you. Like, don't forget to also jump back into Google's.
Yeah, I'm jumping back in the
I'm already done with my
Meats
first
and everything
drink of
right
the day,
now.
So.
Yeah, well, at the rate we're going, I am definitely going to need a strong drink of the day myself. Jesus fucking Christ.
It's alright,
Why?
we'll attempt some murder soon, so.
Be
Who's
sure
attempting
shit,
murder?
I don't know.
Will. Me.
I don't do that anymore.
You don't
I am
attempt it
reformed.
anymore. Like,
It's okay. Let Kinji, Woon, and Wong handle it.
Okay.
All right.
it's alright, we don't need
Okay,
to murder
okay,
anymore, buddy. It's okay. We'll do it for you.
Are you okay with
As-
holding them?
All my shit reopened. All of it or just most of it? Okay, I've got that. I've got that. This is here. And just because I don't trust my laptop now, I'm just going to open the other files on my tablet.
Dun, da, 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 da,
Michelle's heart. Okay, I'm really here now. Really real.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
go ahead.
So
My husband left his wedding
the
ring.
last time we saw our party, they were in the city of Omashu. They were meeting up with a couple different people. They were meeting up with Faye, a contact of Kim Ji-woon's. So Kim Ji-woon, Lo Fong went that way. And Wong and Kayam were meeting up with a contact of Wong's, whose name all of a sudden my brain keeps going Maya,
Min.
but I don't think Ming. Thank you. I knew it started with an
Yes.
M, and my brain could go Maya.
MINH Min.
Yeah.
Pulled a prank on her.
She wasn't happy about that, but I
Who
paid her for
wasn't?
top trouble and went to Mama G's.
How did it go to Mama G's? The food was delicious. It was a hole in the wall. It was perfect. And that's where we saw y'all. I was getting ready to meet back up with everybody and head back over to Mama G's.
Mhm.
So imagine everyone's surprise that today we do not start with all of you happily walking in Mama G's, getting ready to make a plan, figure out what's going on. We start about a day and a half later. We start down in 1 second. We start about a day and a half after we last saw you guys. And we start only with Kayam and Wong. The two of you are in a fairly small, dark room. You are tied together, back to back. And the two of you have been held there for at least the last 12 hours. You're not quite sure. A head wound you have both been hit in the head. You have both lost some serious amount of time. And so, but you guys have definitely been awake for about half a day now, long enough to have done some planning that fell through, to have asked some questions of each other that you don't have the answers to. But
okay,
the most
wait.
important
I'm sorry,
question,
time out. Like, are we captured?
you guys have been captured.
Oh, fuck!
Like, we were...
Has anyone seen us in this span of time?
If I'm a prisoner.
I think we're about to find out.
And the only person, there is someone who knows where you are. Someone keeps coming and opening a little slide in the door. You cannot see who they are. Kayam, you can't hear them. There is water being piped around this room. And it's being piped at high speed, almost as if they are well aware that certain water benders can very easily track the number of people. This room is designed to contain benders of any type. It is a dungeon in the Queen of Omashu's palace. You are being held in a dungeon in the Queen's palace. There is water being piped all around so that you cannot hear, but it's also far enough away that it will be exceedingly difficult for you to try to bend it. There is a lot of rock and metal between you and that water.
How warm is it in this? Like, have we been given food? Have we been given water to drink? Like, what's the... Like, has anyone... Because 2 days of being dehydrated is dangerous.
It's bad.
Yeah.
You guys have been... Every so often, the room will get exceedingly dark. The glowing crystals that have been providing a very low amount of light will get... Right on the floor.
You're okay.
Will get very, very dark. And in that darkness, a group of people will enter. You're not entirely sure how many. And someone will hold just enough water to your lips, just enough food. You are not full, you are not sated, but you guys are not in danger.
Right.
Yeah. I think throughout this period that we have been conscious, Kayam, you said we're like tied together. Is it like back to back? Are we in chairs?
You guys are tied back to back with a large crystal pillar between the two of you. So your hands are close enough that if you wanted to, you guys could barely reach and hold hands. You could lick your fingertips.
Throughout the this time that we've been awake, you can't see me, Kayam, but every once in a while there is like just a short, slight hyperventilation, and if you've ever asked any questions, like slight panic before eventually becoming under control and just quiet.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. There are some chat
no
bots,
problem.
and I'm trying to figure out how to not have chat bots.
Right.
Okay, so I did miss the part. Are we tied together?
There's a pillar between of us. Sorry.
Okay.
There's a pillar between the two of you, but technically you guys are tied together to the pillar.
Gotcha. And is our back to the pillar, or
Backs to the pillar.
Okay.
Yeah. And we could, if we strained, touch hands if we wanted to.
I'm gonna strain to touch your hand at any point where you feel like you are feel a little bit raged. I want to make sure, like, do you have any memory how we got here, Wong?
No.
Shit.
And that's the scariest part.
What's the last thing you remember?
I remember us all meeting at Mama G's, introducing all of you to Min. And then we left, split with Min.
Yeah.
And I don't know after that. Saying we were going to meet up later in the next day or so. But fuck, what do you think? The other two.
Well, they're not here. You don't think somebody sold us out, do you?
Who?
Or
It
why?
wouldn't have been Min. It wouldn't have been Min. Would it have been anyone you two talked to? Kim Ji-woon or...
I was with you.
Well, do you think... Well, Kim Ji-woon said that he had a couple people here. I highly doubt anyone friends with a crime family. Well, no.
Can you please bring me a soda?
No, a crime family would definitely sell people out with the right price, but not the family itself. Too prideful. Loyalty.
Guess, yeah, I'm...
Okay.
Next time they come here, I can try to get us out.
I don't say anything. I seem to be deep in thought. Is it rope that's holding us, Arnica?
No, you guys are being held by heavy metal chains.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. This is very much now whether or not you have been captured by someone actually in charge in Omashu, you don't know, but you are being held in an official dungeon with actual chains. This is not a hack job like whoever grabbed Lo Fong. You are got.
So, I think our best bet is if someone when someone comes, if they try and move us, do something then.
I can hold the water in my mouth, and then when they're gone, I can use it to start cutting the chains away.
Better than nothing.
Right.
Helps that I don't need my hands in this situation.
Yeah, I do. So let's jump back in time a couple days and see if we can figure out what happened and why only two out of four of our group are caught in a jail right now. So roughly 47 hours ago, you guys were walking with Lo Fong and Kim Ji-woon. You were approaching Mama G's. Kim Ji-woon was giving it half a look, all of a sudden feeling very glad that he took a nibble of some pretentious tasting menu food because this place does not look sanitary, but also it smells really good. And the part of him that's learning to be a little bit rowdy is now trying to fight with the picky part of him because the rowdy part says that food smells fucking great. And the picky part of him says, I can see footprints on the floor. So, you know. Lo Fong is quiet and Min is waiting. She's got a table set up for you guys. It's a slightly bigger one. She is, deeply interested in everything you guys are saying. It's a interesting and fast-paced conversation. She seems to pick up on all of the information you guys drop very quickly. All the questions she asks are great questions. You don't end up going over a lot of the same shit over and over. It's a very productive meal. And she keeps you well fed. She keeps the tea stocked up. Every time the food starts getting low, she waves someone over. Honestly, it's a little extravagant. You're like, ooh, I'll buy you lunch. But, she's not even, she's going, haha, I'll make Wong pay for all this. She's waving stuff over like she's trying to impress you.
You who?
You, all of you, but specifically you, Wong. She wants you to see that, yeah, she could let you pay for lunch, or maybe Min is doing better than you think she is while you're running around being a fucking asshole, not calling nobody, just disappearing for years.
I'll give her a wry smile and be like, you're doing some good shit. While it's gone.
And she laughs. She's like, oh yeah, I've done great for myself. I've made amazing connections. Connections that we can use. So what you guys are looking to do, and she leans forward and she kind of pins all of you down with a steady look. What you're all looking to do is try to meet someone. You want to talk to someone in charge, right? You need to get into the palace and try to get the message to the queen. You think they're coming here?
I look at Kim, Kayam, and Lo Fong. I don't know if they're coming here, but at least spread the word that something is happening. Someone who can do something, or at least do something to be prepared in the chance that something does happen down the line.
Probably won't. They probably won't make it. But.
The Fire Nation has done something that might have killed the Avatar, that might have even been an attempt to kill the Avatar. Whatever that was, the Earth Kingdom will not be safe from it. Maybe it can fight it. It should be able to fight it off, but not if it doesn't know what's coming.
Knowing is not part of the battle.
I promised I would.
I don't know if they'd make it all the way to Omashu, but on the outskirts of the Earth Kingdom, probably.
Okay. So Min looks very serious, and she tells you that, she knows a guy who knows a guy, and she can get you a meeting with one of the door guards. It's not quite as high up and important a person as most people think. But the fact of the matter is that if you don't get past the door guards, it doesn't matter who you think you want to talk to. Meanwhile, as soon as you're in the door, there's only a couple people with the stones to ask you where you think you going. Once you're through the door, you obviously have business here. You belong. So Min can probably, she thinks, set you up with a conversation with one of the door guards. It's just going to be a couple hours. And she wants you to go ahead and there's a spot you can wait. It's, it's not your old spot that the two of you used to be at, but you know the area. And when she gives you the directions, you know that it's technically on the border of where a couple of the triads operate. You know the area long. It's dangerous, but not like too dangerous. Tourists think it's dangerous. Locals know to just kind of keep your hand in your pocket. Don't start nothing. So she tells you that if you guys go wait there, it's a safe place to wait. You can rest there. Someone will be there within the next couple hours. And that person will be the door guard. Just go ahead, let them in, talk to them. But she's not going to be able to be there. She's got work to do. Some people, Wong, still have business in this city to run.
Listen, you do what you need to do, and we'll do what we need to do. I'm not going to keep you from your work.
All right. So she leans over and she puts her hand on your shoulder, and she grabs you in kind of a hug, and it's tight. She kind of thunks her head up against yours. It's not a kiss, but it's kind of like when a cat goes, yeah, she loves you. You're buds. And she's like,
I'll give her a strong hug back. Yeah.
And she's like, just, be sure about this. Be careful.
I have been trying to be careful for a long time. Thank you. If there's any way I can pay you back, just tell me. Just let me know. And I'll try not to stay away for several years this next time.
She makes a face when you say, if there's anything you do to pay her back. She's like, don't worry about paying me back.
Does she seem trustworthy?
I mean, Wong has known her for years. Wong says she is absolutely trustworthy.
But does Lo Fong trust her?
Lo Fong has been slowly learning to trust other people on this journey, and so if Wong vouches, then he will hold any other reservations he may have.
Okay, so you guys all heading together, or Kim Ji-woon, are you guys gonna head over with Wong and Kayam, or are you just gonna follow them so that you know where it is and then head back out to keep looking for your contacts? What are you guys gonna do?
Yeah, and Kim's got it in mind that he needs to go track down Faye. Faye's in this city. It's been 11 years, but Faye's in this city, and if depending on exactly what he's going to be doing with that some bitch guard captain, Faye is the one he needs to do it through. Couple hours, yeah, it's time. Find Faye, maybe get some work set up, come back, see how that door guard business works.
Okay. So you guys go ahead and you follow Wong through the twists and the turns of Omashu. It's a terraced city. It's built directly into the mountain. And it spirals upwards all the way to the palace at the top. The walls surround it on all sides so that there's really only one way in and out of the city. It's very well protected. It's accessible. The architecture is beautiful, but man, if you are not used to walking in Omashu, it can be tiring. And so even though you guys are in fairly good shape, you've been traveling steadily for months now. You guys hiked up the Airbender Mountain. You guys were hiking through Chime. It's not like you're in bad shape, but y'all are, ooh, your calves. Your calves are mighty. They are tired by the time you get to this narrow set of back stair apartments. They're down a dark alley and the door is unmarked. So you guys get to this apartment and you're just going to follow Wong up just for a minute, just so you know where to get to, you know where to come back to when you're done. This is, at least until you guys figure out a real plan, this is going to be your temp base that you're going to bounce in and out of. So you guys walk up the stairs. It's dark. It smells like it. No, man, it smells the higher up you're getting, and not like a trash smell. It's okay. Now, sometimes people die in old tenement kind of buildings, and it may take a day or two to find them. It smells like maybe someone needs to call the landlord and check in on one of the neighbors. Not y'all's problem, but you know, just know that it's funky and the smell is getting stronger as you guys head up to the door. So not only does someone need to call the landlord, maybe you need to have Min call the landlord because it is on this floor. It's not just on this floor. In fact, as you open the door to the apartment that Min told you to go to, there is a wall of rancid, death-scented air hits you guys in the face. And on the table, facing all of you, the curtains are cracked just the right amount for the light to stream into the dark room. And there's a head on the coffee table. And it just takes a minute. Oh, just a head. The rest of him's not there, but you don't need the rest of him. You don't need the missing Fire Nation uniform. Once you look past the bruises and the damage that was done, it takes you a second to recognize Bao. But Bao's head has been left on the coffee table in the apartment you guys have been told to go to. And you have exactly enough time to all think to yourselves, well, fuck, before doors sling open on every side of you and people, Fire Nation, start pouring out of the abandoned apartments. You are surrounded. So, so what you want to do?
And this is the flashback scene, right?
Yeah, this is the flashback scene.
God damn.
So we're just like being surrounded.
Okay, what I have, what Kim Ji-woon has mentally skipped straight to is not only is this a betrayal, this is an affront. I promise that boy, his head is right there. I'm going to get a head in return, and I know exactly what head I want, and I don't think that head's here, so I don't intend to stay.
Can I get a better explanation of the setup in right now? Because we're looking into a room. I'm assuming like a front room, living room or something with a coffee table and a head. First of all, what floor is this on? Second of all, is there a window in the apartment? Is anyone coming from inside that apartment, or is it just the apartments behind us from the hallway? Wong's mind is going like 500 miles a minute, trying to ignore the fact that he was just sold out by a really good friend of his, ex-friend. And right now he's in the deer in the headlights, weighing all the options. Well, yeah.
So this is the setup in which you guys find yourself. You are on the 3rd floor of a tenement building. There is one narrow staircase. Lo Fong, you're at the back. You are right at the edge of the staircase. Kim Ji-woon is in front of you. Wong, you are the one closest to the apartment. You led the way. You opened the door. Kayam was right next to you. There is a little bit of space between the two of you, Kim Ji-woon and Lo Fong. There is no one that you can see. There may be someone in the apartment, but if there is, they have not come out where they can be seen yet. In the apartment, which is essentially just a 1-bedroom studio, it's one big open room and then a bedroom in the back. The door to the bedroom is closed. The living room, that one big open room, is all open space. They have rearranged it so that the table is set, so it's the first thing you see when the door opens. There is a window in that apartment, and they have cracked it so that the light from that window shines directly onto the head. There are 3 other doors on the same floor as you. 1 to the side of you, 2 behind you. All 3 of those apartments were full of Fire Nation. Like 3 people came out of every one. There's like 9 people between you guys and escape.
So they're between me and the staircase.
No, you are there between Wong and Kayam and escape. You could technically just turn ass and book it right now.
Yeah, that's not.
I know, that's why I say.
What is there anything, like you said, it's like an old dirty tenement. Is there like garbage or other stuff scattered around, or? There
is trash scattered around. The railing on the stairs is broken. It's a stone balcony, but it looks like an angry earthbender has at some point kicked the railing and broken one of the balustrades loose, and somebody just kind of shoved that little stone club back in there and said, fuck it, good enough. So you could probably wiggle that free and you'd have a hell of a whooping stick. There's some alley apples. There's pieces of broken glass and brick on the ground, but that's about what there is. It's rubble trash.
All right.
I know what I want to do if I know what I want to do if everyone does.
Yeah, if we're at the point where we need to choose stances and stuff.
I want to give everyone a chance for figure out what they want to do, but I'm ready when everyone else is ready.
I'm good for you to go. Yeah.
All right. So since we are getting ready to enter into combat, why doesn't everybody start by picking your stance? Whether you will be taking a ready stance, an attack stance, or what the fudge ever stance, go ahead and pick that so that we will be ready to begin combat as soon as you guys want to.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
What are
you said there are 9 Fire Nation soldiers.
Yeah, in the hallway with you.
Okay, and Wong and Kim are like at the doorway looking into the room. Kim is like in the hallway with me, and then okay. All right, I'm just drawing myself a quick little map so I can figure out everything. All right. I know what I would do.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a ready stance, and I know what I'm gonna do too.
All right.
I know my
Wong,
stance too.
Why don't you go ahead and lead off combat? Start by telling us what you want to do.
So I'm choosing the basic technique, defend and maneuver, seize a position. And when I seize a position, I can use my slippery eel hound move.
Okay.
Which is when you use defend and maneuver and choose to use seize a position to escape the scene, foes must mark an additional -2 fatigue to stop you, and you may bring any allies within reach when you retreat. And I would like to grab Kayam's wrist and go for that window that's open. And I plan on jumping out the third story. I'm grabbing Bao's head to throw at the Fire Nation to hopefully offset them, but like I'm not sticking around.
Hero.
And Kayam doesn't have to come with me, but like
No, I'm not gonna deny you.
Okay.
So I think I can roll. I don't know how it works. We haven't done combat in a while.
I know. So let's go ahead, and I am going to have you roll. So because of, let's see, what the heck? I'm pretty sure I told you which one to roll, and I scrolled away from it by accident.
Defend and maneuver rolls with focus.
Okay, so go ahead and roll with focus.
I'm going to use a 1 forward to make that into a mixed success, please.
Okay.
We're going to make that a 7.
Good
7 to
call.
9.
So here's what happens. You look around. You guys are outnumbered. You're in a narrow area in a space that really favors a firebending style of fighting. You guys don't have any earthbenders on your team. There's no water nearby. The only thing there's nothing that can stop a whole bunch of jets of fire moving down this narrow, contained hallway.
I also kicked the door closed behind me.
You can try. So you grab Kayam by the wrist, and the two of you bolt forward. He moves as soon as you do. He understands what you're doing. You guys run forward into the apartment, and as you turn to kick the door shut and grab Bao's head, you've got the Lo Fong and Kim Ji-woon, can make it to the stairs. If they're not concerned with you guys, if they see you guys run, they will run. So you're not worried about them. You're just gonna make a big distraction. You're gonna chuck the head and then get away. It's a great plan, except you reach for the head, and as you're spinning to shut the door is already shut. There was someone in the apartment. You remember his face. You remember the way that Kim Ji-woon contemptuously called him the killer. And he is just standing. He shut the door between you guys and your friends, and he's smiling at you. And he goes, "Do you remember me, little boy?"
Who is he talking to?
He's talking to Wong.
Do I remember him is he referring to back in Chime, or is he referring to something else?
He's referring to something else.
Do I remember?
Vaguely. You remember his face. If you remove the scar on his face, it looks vaguely familiar.
I don't say anything. I just stare at him. Kind of like still attempting to move backwards towards the window, but like still frozen because it's like a standoff type situation.
And it's a real contemptuous snort, the sound that rips out of his throat as he goes, you're definitely who I'm thinking of. Look at you, running again.
I don't think we've ever met in our lives, except for at Chime.
And he goes, so you definitely don't remember stealing a whole bunch of real important information before you abandoned your post. And you definitely don't remember setting a building on fire. And you definitely don't remember anyone who could have been caught by falling debris.
When you set a lot of buildings on fire, they all kind of blend together eventually.
He laughs. He laughs like a genuine "you are so funny" laugh. He goes, "That is true." He says, "When you've killed enough people, it really all does kind of blend together." But you know what? I think I'll make the effort to remember you.
As they're speaking, I'm assuming he is just honed in on Wong, right?
He is just
all right, cool.
focused.
So he probably doesn't notice the radish that has rolled between his legs.
He does not notice the radish. No.
Okay, that radish is going to be in his groin now.
Yes.
Just whoop bam.
Crotch radish, yes.
That's so funny that I will not make you roll for it. I will go ahead and we will give radish to the testicles as an auto cast.
Thank you.
It makes me giggle.
And
so radish
can get out of here.
Just poo pings itself up like a super bouncy ball. This man was not braced. He had no cup. He catches him just right. He just crumples. His eyes get real big. His mouth gets real small. He goes, oh.
I grab your wrist and we're booking it.
I was like, that's my last
As soon as that happens.
So the two of you run for the window.
Uh-huh.
And why don't you both push your luck and let's see what happens as you dive for the window.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do I know if this window is over a roof or is this a 3-story drop?
Let's find out. Roll you. Push your
Okay,
luck.
that's fair. Okay, that's gonna be passion.
What's
Well.
push your luck is what?
Passion. I
Passion.
believe.
Okay, that would
12.
be
Let's go.
a 10 for me.
Nice.
Yeah.
So here's what happens. You do remember that this particular window overlooks a low roof next door. The two of you dive through the window. You cannot retrieve Val's head. You see it still laying there watching you. Maybe it looks a little bit judgeful, but you like to think that it's saying, "Go Wong, get the fuck out," as the two of you go, woo, ass over tea kettle. You tumble through the air. You hit the roof. You roll. You have safely made it out of the apartment. And as the two of you, so you made it out of the apartment safe. You made it through the window safe. You landed on the roof safe. You guys are doing so good. So fucking good until you open the door.
Jesus Christ.
And there is the commander.
I'm out of radishes.
There is the commander.
What about a potato? A plum.
The plums are they're just gonna squish. They're
Go for the eyes.
keeps that one in the back of my head though.
That's hilarious, but no, he has, as soon as Wong runs for the door, slings it open, he is waiting. He has Wong just grabs you by the front and goes, you are the problem here. As far as anyone's concerned, you are the problem here. And he gives you a smile, and it's the last thing you see before he very quickly brings a weapon. He has a weapon in his other hand, and he brings the hilt of the knife down on the back of your head and renders you unconscious. Kai and Wong is knocked out.
Yeah.
You are on the roof. It is a 2-story drop. You do not know if the building's surrounded because you are not near the edges. You are right near the door. Dude has your friend. He asked you, are you going to surrender? What do you want to do?
I surrender.
Okay.
Yeah, like seeing this moment, like Chaim kind of looks a little mad at himself that he didn't notice. I mean, people living in the apartments is not weird. It's not weird. But still kind of, it's like Chaim can get away. But he can't get away with Wong yet. So Chaim surrenders. He just like holds up his hands and he's just like, I surrender. Is it nighttime or daytime?
It is evening. It is coming up towards twilight. So as you put your hands up as the sun is going down.
Can I see the moon?
You can see the edge of the moon. It is a day off of full.
I'm just gonna keep that in my brain, and just start counting in my head.
All right. So let's jump back upstairs at about 5 minutes back in time and check in with Kim Ji-woon and Lo Fong. Guys, you just saw Wong and Chaim exchange a look. Chaim shot you a get the fuck out of here over their shoulder as Wong pulled them through the door. The two of them have disappeared. The door has slammed shut between the two of you and the two of them. There's 9 Fire Nation soldiers between you guys and that door. There ain't no one between y'all and the stairs. What do you want to do?
And there's no one between me and Kim Ji-woon, correct?
There's no one between you and Kim Ji-woon.
Okay. So, like, in the past, this is a situation where Lo Fong plus everyone he was out on a mission with would have just, like, split everyone on their own, get away. It's not his first instinct anymore. Instead, he, like, reaches out and, like, grabs Kim Ji-woon, like his coat or whatever he's wearing, and like kind of forcefully drags him back towards the staircase and yells, "Run, I'll hold them off." And he is like in battle mode.
When he does that, like he can like he feels like initially a bit of resistance, like just hot-headed, like who do you think you are? Before, as like again, like as I mentioned earlier, like Kim's like thought process is, I'm pretty sure I know who did this to us, and they're not here, and that means I have to, and he's fine. So yeah, Kim's gonna yell back. Don't let one of them surprise you, and he's just gonna book.
And as far as my move, once Kim Ji-woon starts to run, Lo Fong is going to act as though he is surrendering.
Okay. So go ahead and tell me what that looks like.
So like once he sees that Kim Ji-woon is like booking it down the stairs, he's gonna like let it, like, because he's visibly like in fight mode at this moment, but then he like kind of lets himself relax. He doesn't say that he's surrendering, but he's definitely like taking a physical posture that indicates a lack of resistance. And he is going to try to draw them in, draw a couple of them into him.
Okay. So I'm gonna have you push your luck for me, and let's see how many of them fall for it.
All right. That is... What roll is that again?
Passion.
Asher. That's a 12.
Nice. So how many of them do you think you can take, Lo Fong?
I mean, to their, like, they don't know who he is,
They do
assuming, yeah. So to them, he just looks like some ratty Earth Nation kid who can't possibly be that much of a threat. So I imagine that like the general procedure would be for two of them to kind of try to grab him and take him into custody.
All right. So two of these absolute chuckle fucks, just they're not even in a decent form. Their form is sloppy. Their arms are not straight. Their feet are not set properly. They are counting on you to be like, oh no, I'm in trouble with the Fire Nation. As they come towards you and reach out to grab you kind of haphazardly.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to try to rely on my winning is everything technique. And there's like sludge and gross stuff everywhere. And as they get close enough, he's got like a little bit of it in his hand. And he's just gonna like bring it up and chuck it right at their eyes. When they're in between him. When what?
Sorry, I just
pocket sand.
Oh, he's gonna chuck it right at their eyes when then the two of them are in between him and the rest of the Fire Nation soldiers.
Okay. So you already rolled a 12. We know that they get good and close. Their hands are low enough that they cannot shield their face. They're not paying attention. As soon as you sling your hands up, that dirty, slimy shit just rolls right off your fingertips. It catches them right across the eye. The two of them reel into each other like a couple of fucking clowns just bouncing off each other. It's enough that it definitely poses a distraction. You can either press your advantage and attack or run like hell.
Oh no, because the winning is everything lets me use a move, and I'm going to use my unstoppable path move. Since the two of them are engaged with me, they will they are either impaired or they can mark 1 fatigue. And then I like also haul ass down the staircase and catch up with Kim Ji-woon.
They are absolutely impaired. They cannot see, and they are distracted by that. In fact, they managed to successfully get in the way of their own men, stop clogging the stairway, and providing a solid 45-second head start for you and Kim Ji-woon. You catch up with him real quickly. There was really only 2 directions to go out of the alley, and you trusted that he was going to take the fastest one, not the most obvious one. So you both, instead of going left, the direction everyone would expect you to go, because it's the way you came from and it's the clear path out, you both zig right down a short, what looks to be a dead end. But there's not a lot of dead ends in Omashu, because that dead end, you really only have to, like you're scaling a fence, do a real quick up and over to get onto the mail tracks. There's no mail carts running right now. I would get off it quickly before one of them comes, because those are, a half ton of solid rock carrying however much weight in cabbages, mail, what the fuck ever. But as long as there's not one on the tracks, you could technically, the walls of the tracks are high enough, you guys could creep along the tracks. You risk getting smushed, but no one would see you. So right now, the two of you have popped that fence. You're on the tracks. From here, you can go to a higher level, a lower level, or continue to run on the mail tracks to avoid detection. What do you want to do?
Do we have any idea where, like, okay, we would have no way to see that the other two made it to a rooftop or anything, so we're not gonna think about that.
From what I remember of this city, where was Faye?
From what you remember of the city, Faye is damn near on the other side of town. You've got to go down one terrace and halfway across the city.
Minus. Fuck. Down. Kim just says down. Faye.
All right, let's go quickly. We don't want to be on this thing too long.
Okay. So as the two of you are slowly creeping your way below the level of the wall on these mail carts, you can hear a commotion from a nearby roof. You can't quite clearly see, but if one of you peeks up over, just barely lifts your eyes, you will be able to catch the very end of what happened with Kayam and Wong. You will be able to see Wong crumpled on the ground and Kayam standing there, hands up, as you are creeping down past them. But even if you wanted to jump the wall, you are too far away. Even if you jump the wall, you will jump the wall and be back on the ground there on a roof.
Yeah. We can't get to them now. We have to go. We'll find where they are later.
If they're going to be held, they're going to be held somewhere proper and official. That means they can be broken out. That means they can be bought out.
Well, I don't know how official, because I don't know what the Fire Nation's doing here in Omashu, and I don't know if the Earth King, I don't know if Omashu people even know about it. But
there isn't an Earth Kingdom army. There isn't a battle happening here. So at the very least, either they're unknown or they're sanctioned.
Yeah. But first, we need to find somewhere where we can regroup. Let's find your friend.
Hi. Faye should be able to handle this.
I guess that's our plan.
Yeah, we get to Faye. We need to get to Faye.
Okay. So the two of you, it is a arduous, hard-fought sneak. You guys are constantly jumping on and off the mail tracks. You are staying to the shadows, because as you walk further and further through town, you are seeing, like, it's not an overwhelming number of them. It's not like, ooh, the Fire Nation has invaded. But there is a battalion, a full fucking battalion. It is the battalion from Chime. They have made ridiculously good time. In fact, the only way they could have gotten here this fast is essentially if they had sailed directly, no stops, over the past couple weeks from Chime to Omashu. So the good news is that they probably weren't chasing you. They were probably planning on coming to Omashu the entire time. The bad news is that as soon as they had the slightest clue that you guys were here, it was very obvious that whatever their original plan was has been changed to contain the problem. And you guys are a fucking problem.
Also, Wong's friend has proven to be less than trustworthy.
Luckily, him is not about to let facts stop him. At least not yet.
I love that about you, Mr. Cam. Fuck a fact. So it's slow going, and there's more creeping than you would like to do, because you can't rely on who's going to recognize me from these garbage ass wanted posters. These are people who know your faces. So you wish it was faster. You wish it had not taken you so long to get to the very edges of Faye's side of town, but now you're there. It's a busy side of town. It's right at the edge of the bunch of manufacturing districts, but it's a small entertainment subsection. So like, here's where a couple clubs are. Here's where you can do a little bit of gambling. There's a titty bar over there. You know, it's a working class, this is where I waste my Friday nights kind of neighborhood. And this is where Faye rules with a jolly smile and an iron fucking fist. Faye owns that gambling den. Faye owns that titty bar. Faye owns that restaurant. Faye owns that corner. Faye owns that corner. And Faye owns that corner. All of this is Faye's. So, now you just gotta find him.
The money is the gambling den. And Faye, it's been 11, 12 years. I barely remember this, but I know cops came down here for a reason. That's because Faye was good with the money. Gambling is where the money is. Faye is going to be keeping an eye on the money. That means Faye's going to be in there. Okay.
I think that's a reasonable. That's a reasonable assumption.
All right. So the gambling den it's nice. It's not fancy, but it's nice. It's solidly built. It doesn't smell weird. The floor is kept reasonably swept. It's staffed by a bunch of pretty girls, a couple of pretty boys, all of them wandering around in very nice but kind of short, very ooh, look at me and don't pay attention to your cards kind of clothes. There's pie show tables, there's mahjong tables, there's, you know, like a whole bunch of, there's gambling games from all over the world arranged. Faye is a traveled man. He knows that the way that Water Tribe likes to gamble is not always the same as the way Fire Nation likes to gamble, and he has tables set up for everybody. Because some people like to think that they're smarter than they are. I've mastered the Water Tribe game of blah, blah, blah. And Faye goes, you sure have, and fleeces them every fucking Friday. Every Friday. So, it's busy. It's dark. It's loud. It smells like smoke. It's a fun casino. It's hopping in there. And as you walk around, you see that people are kind of tense. Even though they're having fun and everybody is spending money, there is an undercurrent of something in the air. Something has people feeling some kind of way tonight.
Lo Fong kind of leans over to Kim Ji Woon, like, I wonder if it's not that much of a secret that the Fire Nation's here.
Unless these people were blind, they noticed him coming in, and the Fire Nation has been putting pressure on my kind of people for a long time now. It's not a good sign when they're deep in, not like this. They got to be after something. They got to be after someone.
How likely is it that your friend is collaborating with them?
Kim opens his mouth and then he closes it. Like you've known him for a few weeks now. You know exactly what he wants to say, and he doesn't quite seem like he can say it. Let's find him.
Lo Fong just nods, and then I guess we'll start to look for this guy.
All right, so there's a couple ways that you can look for Faye today. You can try asking people. You can use your interrogate skills to talk to people. You can try relying on your skills and training to case the joint. Or you can just wander around and push your luck. How do you want to look for Faye?
I actually kind of want to take a moment to assess the situation with my prior training, to try to see if there's anyone that looks like you said that there are people like they're having fun, they look tense, but I'm gonna try to see if there's anyone that looks like almost like they're trying too hard to blend in.
That's a great thing to look for.
Yeah, someone, because like if he's got to think that like if the Fire Nation's here, then either they've planned for this ahead of time by having people similar to Lo Fong in the city already, or the Earth Kingdom might be having people like Lo Fong keep an eye on them. And either would be the type of people we would not want to get involved with right now.
What Kim's going to focus on is he's going to be I know what a gambling den looks like. I know, that's security. That's one of the card sharps. That's one of the card sharps you keep on rotation just in case somebody actually really knows that stupid Water Tribe game really well and is fleecing us for a whole lot more than we're ready to lose. That's the pit boss. He's the one who makes sure that nobody's pocketing more than they should be, and that's the back room for the high rollers, and that's where he's just rebuilding this place in his head, figuring out where is Faye gonna be? Because now is not the time and the place to assert that I am exactly who I am. And that the fact that I'm not being served appropriately and promptly is infuriating, but not what I need to cause trouble, not what I need to cause commotion about right now. I need to get fed.
Look at my boy! Look at this emotional growth. I'm so true. You would have kicked over that door and be like, "I am Kenji Room. Bring me Faye." I'm so proud of you. Okay.
Yeah. Or there's an invisible tracker right now. It's just the stress is building.
So, right. Lo Fong, you rolled for me, and you rolled a.
Actually, no, I haven't. No, I haven't rolled for that yet.
Previous 12? Okay.
Yes. So because of this ability, I get to assess a situation with focus instead of creativity, and I become prepared. So let me go ahead and roll my focus here. That's an 8. I'll take an 8.
All right. So you're prepared, you're looking around, and as you do, you spot good news, bad news. You spot someone, you spot like 3 people. 3 different people in 3 different sections of the room who your brain goes, they're on the job. Now, the problem is you can't tell. None of them are familiar to you. It was a really, really slim chance that you would recognize anybody.
Yeah.
But the chance was there. Might have
Yeah.
been someone you used to know. You don't recognize anybody, but you definitely recognize 3 people in your particular line of business. You don't know if they work for Faye. You don't know if they work for the Fire Nation. You don't know if they work for the Queen of Omashu. But there are definitely 3 different people in your line of business keeping an eye on this building tonight.
Yeah. I'm going to, again, very quietly whisper to Kim Ji Wong, Kim Ji Woon, and point out those 3 people in particular as people to avoid at all costs.
Sounds vaguely like a challenge. Put a pin in that. But I think, but I think what I need to roll though is assess the situation as it's what I'm doing out here.
Tiny Bosco cannot believe that shit he said. My sweet potato pie. My sweet potato pie is judging you.
I got pumpkin pie.
He's so bad. I love him.
Eat it.
That's 7 mixed success.
It is a 7. It's a mixed success. So here is what you recognize, Kim Ji-woon. You're able to eliminate a couple places directly off the bat. You can scan around, you see he's not over at the bar. There's no one of the right age, stature, and demeanor to be Faye towards the bar. And thankfully, you don't see him in any of the areas Lo Fong very subtly gestures to. So, that's good. But that means he's one of 2 places. He's either in his office or back there in the VIP room. Either way, you're going to have to either buy your way in, bluff your way in, or bully your way in. But one of 3, you're going to have to try to get into a closed off area, either the VIP section of the gambling den, or just try to find and get your way to his office. You're not sure which one he's in, though, and you're definitely only going to get to do one.
He's gonna lean back over the low phone. I'm gonna make my way into the VIP room. Might have to upset some people in the process. We'll see if these people recognize me and behave appropriately. Either way, what I want you to do is head into, and he points out the room, Faye's office. If Faye is in there, and he gives a brief description of what about he's pretty sure Faye should look like, approximately. Mm-hmm. Then tell him that Kim Ji-woon is here. Tell him that we need to talk. If there's nobody in there, that means I found Faye. And I trust you'll know what to do with yourself.
All right. Okay. I think we have a plan.
So yeah, So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna like just straighten up, fresh, and start heading over to VIP with the authority and the swagger of exactly who I am.
All right. They do have a man on the door. He's got his shades down. His suit is cheap and tight. And he is visibly armed because he is an earthbender and he's wearing little stone bars across his knuckles, and he is wearing the kind of bracelets that fighting earthbenders like to use to detach, and he's visibly armed in a very fashionable way, for earthbenders a century ago. Then he looks you up and down. And why don't you roll to press your luck to see if he recognizes you? Even if he doesn't recognize you, let's see if he recognizes let's see if he can see your family in your face.
Look, there we go. Shone submit a mixed success.
All right. So he looks you up and down. He does not recognize you as a Jiwoon, but he does recognize you as money. Your clothes aren't quite right, but they're not quite right in that way of I am someone very rich pretending to not be rich. Also, I don't know how to wear poor people clothes. I make them look tailored. So he can recognize that 1, you come from money. 2, this will not be your first time in a VIP room. You know how to act. And 3, that you're trying to hide something. So he looks at you and he gives you that little smirk, that little, I like bribes smirk, and goes, name? Are you on the list?
Like Kim's eyes widen slightly, trembles a little bit. I'm going to ask a question because Kim Jun is stressed right now. He's not having a good day, beginning to be very unhappy. Can I roll to deny a call out to avoid losing my temper?
Yes! That's an excellent use of deny a call out. Not what it's for, but
absolutely.
it's for today.
Mixed success. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna say is he sees it kind of the moment passes between them. They both understand exactly what he wants. The guard can see he sees him get a little bit of that how dare this, and then he stops himself. He reaches into one of his sleeves, produces a couple shifts worth of gold coins here, flashes them, and then just as if he is slides it back into his sleeve, and then as if he is reaching forward, a handshake with a casual acquaintance, good to see you, even though it's the entire time the guard can tell this young man in front of him is seething, infuriated. And he has to do this, but he is doing it.
Okay, you know what? The effort that you are putting in to restrain yourself has impressed this dude. Normally, young men of your age and of your stature do not have that self-control. It is, in fact, his second favorite game. His first favorite game is Faro. His second favorite game is, can I make these rich men so mad that they get thrown out the club for the night? He is very impressed that you are the first rich young dude in almost a year to win this game. He does not take your bribe. He just lets you in with a smile, and he just lets you in. And he goes, go ahead. Um, and on that note, with you having entered the VIP room, with Lo Fong slowly kind of sneaking his way, hopefully successfully. We don't know yet. We'll find out. And with our other two friends captured, let's go ahead and take a quick break. Yeah. Go do our bios, do our thing, and we'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, we'll be back in 2 minutes, y'all. It
Bye.
is getting exciting. We will see you soon.
Bye.
Someone's coughing. Hello, we're back. It's like Mike's went off as someone was like hacking.
Leave me alone, puppin.
It's alright. Hi, we're back. Second half.
Hello.
Finale.
We're back.
We're here. 2 of us are captured. 2 of us are not. So, what's happening, Arnica? What's going on?
That's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
So let's check in with Lo Fong real quick. Lo Fong, Kim Ji-woon has just disappeared into the back room. The bouncer has let him through and shut the door behind him. You are alone in this large gambling den. You have made your way over towards over towards the small hallway that Kim Ji-woon gestured to, and no one's noticeably watching you. What do you want to do?
Well, my goal is to get to the office. And so the best way to do that is probably to rely on my skills and training to sneakily make my way to the office and make my way inside.
All right, well, let's see how that works for you.
Oh, it's a roll with focus.
No, fatty, you stay over there. Don't you jump on me with all 13 pounds of you.
That is an 8.
All right, it's a mixed success. So here's what happens. You make your way over towards the office. And again, no one is visibly watching you.
Mm-hmm.
So you go ahead, you get all the way down to the door. You get your lock picks out. We all know what you used to do at this point. We know that you can pick a door almost as good as Wong can. So you get your lock picks out. You jiggle the door open. You palm them. You kind of slip inside. And right as you're opening the door and getting ready to close it behind you, it's a hell of a person who can sneak up on you, Lo Fong. There's not many people. You are really, really, really well trained. But this person is obviously equally as well trained as you because they managed to get behind you. They do not jump you or put their hands on you roughly in any way, but all of a sudden a big old mitt just boom right over yours on the door. And someone even larger than you is looming behind you. Kind of, they're not pinning you because you got the door half open, but they've made it very clear the only place you're going is forward. You've opened the door. Go ahead and go on in, please.
All right, going in.
There is a man behind the desk. He is an older gentleman, not quite as old as Kim Ji-woon's Uncle Boomy. He's thin and wiry. Go ahead and feel free to imagine Giancarlo Esposito. That's who you should be imagining is sitting behind that desk looking at you with a real kind of...
Let me look that up real quick so I know who that is. Okay, got it.
Yeah, you should be imagining the Breaking Bad version of him.
I've never seen Breaking Bad.
Me either. I did not need to watch a show about a white dude cooking meth in his drawers. Like, I live in Maine. I can go find a variety of white dudes cooking meth in their drawers. Chemistry teachers, firefighters, dude at the butcher shop. I could collect them all like Pokemon. He's a chemistry teacher. So I didn't need to watch the show.
I guess the only question I have is, does this guy match the description that Kim Ji-woon gave me of the man we're here to see?
Roughly. And
Great.
At this point, you're not sure if he roughly matches the description because Kim Ji-woon was, as he pointed out, so young and maybe he just missed a couple things, or if this isn't the dude you're looking for, but is someone like him.
Okay.
But he roughly matches the description.
All right. Well, I guess I'm here now.
And he looks up at you from the papers he's filling out on the desk, and it's not aggressive. It's a very cold, flat look. You are used to this kind of look. He's not at all concerned about whether or not he has to kill you. It will not bother him if he does, but also he doesn't care if he doesn't. He just wants to know why he is being interrupted.
Yeah. Well, kind of put my hands out in like a non-threatening manner. And I mean, might as well name drop here. And he'll just very politely just say, I'm here with an urgent message from Kim Ji-woon.
Okay. So there is the man behind the desk looks at the large person behind you. You still haven't turned around to see who they are. And he lifts his hand and he begins to sign very quickly. You're not sure what he's saying, even if you spoke standard Earth Kingdom sign language. He's fast. So even if you spoke the language, you'd probably still be missing stuff. He signs a flurry of information very quickly. The presence behind you vanishes, and the man stands up and, still without saying anything, just kind of nods for you to follow him and leads you over towards the VIP door. Now, Kim Ji-woon, while this is happening, you guys are going to hate me so much. While this is happening, you have walked into the VIP lounge. It is lush. It's the kind of place you are used to being. It's much nicer. It's a significant step up in quality than the rest of the den. It looks like it belongs to a completely different building. People are gambling, you're buying in. It's a big step up. Like, the buy-ins are starting at several $100s, which is an exceedingly large amount for this area. And they're only going up from there. People are very well dressed. There's an entirely separate set of hidden doors. And everyone is gathered around a table with a man who looks... He doesn't look exactly like the man Lo Fong is talking to. Like, they're not twins, but they are definitely brothers. There are two men. One of them is Faye. The other one is his brother. You're not entirely sure which is... When you see them, it'll still take you a minute to figure out which is which, because you were very young and they look very similar. But it is, again, it's very... almost the exact same man. He gives you a long look. This dude recognizes a Ji-woon when he sees one. He's not sure exactly who you are. You might be one of a couple of the grand boys. You could be one of Boomy's boys. You could be one of your grandpa's boys. He's not sure whose boy you are, but he knows a Ji-woon when he sees one. So you are allowed to approach the table, and he just kind of gives you a slow look. He doesn't really say anything, but he makes room for you next to him at the table. And you are handed a pair of dice. Do you roll them? What do you want to do? Do you try to say something? Do you join the game? How do you approach this?
Okay, yeah, it comes like lately to, like, as he's sitting down, like, in Kim Ji-woon's mind, like, wait a minute, he had a brother. I don't know who this is. I'm not going to look like an idiot here. I am Kim Ji-woon. Shake, shake, shake. Throw the dice.
Cool. Go ahead and push your luck. Let's see how your roll rolled.
Full success.
Nice. So those dice are smooth and warm in your hand, and they bounce. They roll right off your fingers. They hit that bright green felt, and popped up. Double sevens. Look at that. Like, just
Whoa.
good rolls. Great rolls. So everyone is deeply impressed. People are applauding. Money is being pushed towards you. And the silent man kind of looks you up and down, and he gestures for you to step away from the table. And he walks away.
Yep, I'm gonna follow behind. Just going to kind of motion absent-mindedly for somebody to handle the rest as they should.
Okay. So as the two of you are weaving through this not quite as crowded but still pretty full area, you meet up, and sure enough, you remembered correctly, this man has a brother. The two of them look almost exactly alike, because here comes the other one with Lo Feng in tow. So the good news is that Lo Feng successfully followed your directions, and he went to the office, and he found the exact same person you found, which is, oh no, I found somebody. Two of you got together again. Nobody got captured. Good job, everybody. And the four of you find yourself in a sumptuous, much nicer office than the one Lo Feng went to. That was the decoy office. This is the office. It is more heavily protected. You can feel that it is like there's suppression. There's fire suppression stuff. There's sand in the walls. They are planned to be attacked by just about anybody, and they got plans for how to deal with it should they be attacked. Firebenders, waterbenders, all sorts of folks. So both the men sit down in matching chairs on the other side of this very long conference table sized desk. They let the two of you sit down, and they strike matching poses like they're just being pains in the asses. You can tell that they like this part of it. And they wait to be addressed. Neither one of them has introduced themselves. What assholes.
This is a game, and I am Kim Ji-woon, and nobody beats me, so I am going to play, and I'm going to play until and unless I embarrass myself. Therefore, I am going to I'm gonna glance at Lo Feng, and then I'm going to take a seat and stretch out, lean back, stretch out a little bit, I'm nice and comfortable. I am going to it seems like a real slow blink. And then I don't open my, and then Kim Ji-woon does not open his eyes as he says, "What to say? It has been a long time. It is good to see you again. I had expected to come to you with nothing but a bit of business. The good guard captain has his eyes on a woman with," and I quote, and he opens his eyes at that, just some audible disgust enters his tone. "An amazing personality. Looking for exactly the kind of large diamond that I know we could make a premium selling right on up to him for perhaps less than it's worth, perhaps more than any fake diamond of that size would be worth. Instead, I bring not only that, but I bring news that the Fire Nation is here. They are looking to bring me in on outrageous charges. They have already attacked two of my associates in the street. More importantly, they got this information from, I believe, a young woman named Min. And Uncle Faye, I don't think it would do for Kim Ji-woon to be in the business of letting people get away with that.
The man on the left, the one who was in the VIP office, leans forward and he laughs and he goes, "Well, it's been a long time, but you didn't forget, did you?" And he's glad to see you. He looks at his brother and he's using his fingers, he's signing to translate everything that's being said. It's very much second nature. His brother can read your lips, but still, he wants to make sure he doesn't miss anything. So just make sure that you face his brother as you speak, and tells you that he's surprised to see you because, he knows the Fire Nation is in town. Everybody knows the Fire Nation's in town, and they know that they're looking for you because you are a very wanted man, Kim Ji-woon. You have gone rogue. The Ji-woon family actually is being investigated. You specifically for the murder of an aide-de-camp outside of Chime. You're trying to get back into the Dao Fei business, is what he's heard. You're trying to break away from the Ji-woon family and make a name for yourself like a bold young man, to the point where you killed a Fire Nation officer. You attacked a outpost, trying to name yourself this big bold thing. You've got a whole little gang now. So congratulations. You personally, Kim Ji-woon, have been framed for the murder of Bao. And the Fire Nation is here and looking for you. They are letting everyone know along every trade town between the Fire Nation and Chime that you are a murderer, you've killed Bao, and that any place they go, it's just because they're looking for you. A very armed and dangerous man. He's laughing. He's like, who the fuck's gonna believe? Like, nobody who knows Kim Ji-woon's gonna be like, yeah, he totally jumped and killed a fucking... Could you? Yeah. Would you? No. There's like 500 things you're gonna do first. You're gonna talk about his hairline and his shoes before you kill a dude. Like, you're gonna just embarrass him to death.
The nature, that is quite literally what my grandfather went down for. Come on.
The nature when Lo Fong hears what the Fire Nation is accusing Kim Ji-woon of doing, he cannot help but laugh. He's just sitting there like, because it's just so ridiculous to imagine Kim Ji-woon doing that.
There's like a moment where everybody can see Kim going like, yeah, wait a minute, like, wait, does he not think I could? Before he like kind of like just wrenches himself away, like, nope, not, don't focus on that. Put that in later. That is offensive. That is outrageous. That, I believe, is all the more reason to publicly embarrass these murderers, because I'm sure you have already heard the correct word, Uncle, about what the Fire Nation has been getting up to lately, who they have been killing. And
Sorry, I clicked the.
Oh.
Please stop making noise. I accidentally turned on a Christmas ornament by accident. Now I can't turn it off. I had to throw it across the room onto my bed. It's still making noise at me.
The good word, I'm sure you've heard the good word, Uncle. I believe it would be appropriate to publicly embarrass the Fire Nation because we have rituals for accusations like these, impositions against the honor of an upstanding noble. And I believe that as long as I can get to the court, I can force them to duel for it.
All right, y'all. Kim Ji-woon is mad. Kim Ji-woon is ready to call an Agni Kai down on anybody who has slandered his name and is trying to hide their genocide behind blaming him for the death of Bao.
I love it so much.
I'm not going to say that there's smoke coming out our boy's ears, but keep in mind that he's a firebender and there literally could be smoke coming out this angry young man's ears if he wants to. So
vote Agni Kai.
That's good to know. Faye leans forward, and so does his brother, and he goes, Kim, we're not laughing because nobody thinks you could kill a man. Everybody knows that a Ji-woon can kill a man and not blink twice. But we also know that you're the last one we would think would kill a man because you like to hurt them in ways that they have to live with, is why we're laughing, Kim. You like your grandpa that way. You'll kill him if you have to, but you'd rather they tell everybody why they look this way. So he lets you know that no one in the criminal underground believes this. Like, it is immediately being passed off as they recognize cop bullshit when they hear it. It is actually enough that it is started to rouse, even for people who have not received the message yet from King Dao, that, you know, help Kim Ji-woon in any which way. Here's what's going on. Even people who have not received that message are now going to be more favorably inclined to you because they know cop bullshit when they hear it. And saying that one kid and his 3 friends decided to jump an entire battalion for no reason and murder an aide-de-camp is cop bullshit. The end. Something happened. So they're ready to back you. Whatever you need, rings to talk to someone, whatever it is you need to do, they're ready to back you. But his brother signs very quickly. Faye looks at him and translates to you and goes, but we're hearing that something happened across town tonight. What happened?
We got ambushed.
Young lady by the name of Min gave us a location. Told us she was going to be getting in touch with a door guard. We would wait there a couple hours, have some kind of conversation, maybe bribe somebody, maybe cajole somebody, maybe trade favors, who knows. And they would get us in through the front door, let us go talk to the Earth Queen, some noble, somebody who could make sure word spread. Because I did swear that I was going to spread the word, and I ain't backing down. When we headed up there was Bao's head. Well, no, I don't know if Kim saw that. In fact, I think Kim did not see that. Not quite in the right position. Uh, smelled real bad, and I mean that literal kind of smell you only get when you got bodies. But two of my associates opened a door. I counted 9 Fire Nation soldiers came pouring out before we split. I saw two of my associates. They got captured on a roof. Couldn't tell you where they are now.
Okay. So Faye and his brother frown. They exchange a quick flurry of words, and he looks back at you and he goes, "Min, about this tall," and he gives a real quick description. It absolutely matches Wong's friend.
Exactly.
That's her.
He goes, Min's a good girl. Min is a good, solid girl. If she handed you guys over, something is wrong with Min. She would not turn over a friend unless someone was in bigger danger than they would be in. They've done something to Min. They've got someone. She wouldn't just do that. And he looks you dead in the eye. He's like, I don't just speak for people just out of turn.
Be that as it may, the Lo Fong like be that as it may, she sold us out. We need to know where our friends are.
And he goes, well, I mean, the good news is that's real easy. The bad news is they're up there. And he just kind of gestures over his shoulder and upwards in a vague up at the palace kind of way. And he goes, the Fire Nation have come here officially. They have come directly to the Queen with whatever message they were bearing. And if they're telling her that they happen to be hunting outlaws while they're here, your friends will be held in the dungeons at the palace until they leave. He goes, but let's get this ring. I'll get it tonight. I will have it for you tonight. You can take it to your connection tomorrow. Let him get you through the doors. Try, before they speak to the Queen, because even if they've been here, they have not spoken to the Queen yet. She only speaks to people once a week. They have not had the chance. If you get the chance to talk to them tomorrow, if you get the chance to talk to her, if you jump the line, you can plead your case before they plead theirs. That's all he's got for you as far as a plan goes. But it's better than what you walked in with.
And frowns. You said that man's probably in some kind of something. Lo Fong. Let's see, Lo Fong, do you think that whatever she's dealing with, you think you could clear that? You think you could clear that up if you were able to, if you were able to get in the right place at the right time? Say, perhaps if a mutual acquaintance got her talking about recent problems, perhaps gave you some actionable names and locations.
I believe that whatever problem she is, I can deal with.
Then she'd owe us twice, wouldn't she?
Assuming she survives, yes.
All right. That's true. That seems very fair to them because while they personally like Min, they think she's a good girl. They know for a fact that she would not have done this unless she has to. They also understand the fact that she has crossed you. And the fact of the matter is that they're not willing to protect her. They're just willing to speak up for her and hope that that you're kind when you catch up to her. So let's leave you guys sitting with Faye and his brother, working out the minutia of your plan, and let's jump back forward through time and check in on Wong and Kaya, who now have had a chance. Their heads have cleared up. They remembered how they got here. Mm-hmm. Everyone is it's been a day. You guys hung out with Faye. You waited for the rock. You waited for information. And while you waited, these two were rendered unconscious. They were taken down into the dungeons. They were kept that way. And it's late in the afternoon the next day. Mm-hmm. It's not quite evening, but it's rapidly approaching evening.
Gotcha.
You two have been fed and watered. It was not much of either. They brought you in a very little bit of water, and mostly they watched you especially okay. You, Kaya.
Can we go to that scene?
Yes.
Okay. How many people are with us in this room when they feed and water us? Is it one? Is it two?
They are not playing. There are 3 people okay. who are brought in. Someone who stands at the door, someone who holds either the food or water, and then someone who stands off to the side, right at a spot where they can watch both of you.
There's 3 of them. Okay.
There's 3 of them.
There's 3 of them. Kayam had a plan, but not for 3 people. So, like... oh, man.
I think as we will all make this realization, like after we've talked a little bit about ideas, in the interim, at some when they get in and maybe there's some rustling of the chains, I'm oh, let's try and do this, and Wong is just Kayam, very quiet, slightly defeated sounding.
Yeah. It's all right. As they are sort of finishing up with us, I want to address the one that watered me.
Okay.
I'd be like, hey, I've got something to tell you. Well, not you, but for your leader.
Okay. And they look at you. They don't really say anything, but they're listening.
And I breathe out again. I know the location of the Avatar. We took him from Chime, but I will only tell the person in charge.
They're gonna come down eventually, aren't they?
Oh, so two of the guards are just looking around what the fuck? They are deeply confused. Why would everybody knows the Avatar's somewhere in the 2 of them are kind of just putting together what may have happened, why they all may have been sent out, but one of them obviously knew. The one that you are speaking of narrows their eyes and assumes that you obviously must be telling the truth because who the fuck would know that they had been looking for the avatar? Like, that is the wildest bullshit to put together. Who would do that? You must know something.
This confirms it because we were only hypothesizing.
We
before.
were only hypothesizing.
Right? Y'all were drunk and bullshitting, man. Y'all thought you was full of shit, and now you're like, holy god damn it, I was right. It's ruining everyone's day. Your day is ruined. Their day is ruined. Everyone has just confirmed.
Day, our like several weeks have been ruined. Okay.
Your several weeks have been ruined, and yet somehow this is even worse. It was one thing when it was just the Fire Nation going to war against the Earth Nation for reasons no one understood. But to have it confirmed that an entire whole ass genocide has happened because they wanted to kill a child before that child became an adult is out of pocket. It was one thing to guess it. It's another thing to have it confirmed to your face. And he steps back and he goes, I'll pass your message. It's a very cold, I'll pass your message. It's a threat as much as it's a promise.
Yes.
And they leave. One of them, however, the one who was guarding the door, hesitates and looks back. As they leave, they look upset.
As they're leaving and like leaving the door, Wong's gonna say, like, kind of quietly, but still like directly, like addressing them. Who's in charge of the battalion?
Why don't you push your luck to see if they answer you?
Meanwhile, Kayam burps. But he's actually burping up the water that was given to him. Like, he turns his head to burp. Yeah.
Ew, gross.
Very gross. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a full success.
All right. So one of them turns around and the name they give you is deeply, terrifyingly familiar, Wong. It is a name that you have known since you were a child. It is a person of power in the Fire Nation military. They are very high ranking. They should be too high ranked to be on a ship in the middle of nowhere unless they're trying to do PR duty before anyone finds out what the fuck has been done. Wong, maybe it's time before someone comes down. Maybe you should talk to Kayam a little bit because it's your choice whether you want to have this conversation or whether you want to let the person who walks in trigger this conversation. But either way, a conversation will be had tonight.
As they finish, they answer me and they like leave the door. Like, you hear Wong swearing. And are we chained together or around like the pole, or we like separately changed to the
You guys are chained together around the pole.
Okay. It's like one manacle on each arm on each side, so something like that.
Yeah, so like your left is chained to Kayam's right, and Kayam's right is chained to your left.
That's what I thought.
Big pillar between you.
So you hear Wong curse, and he actually like kind of almost like sinks to the ground, like pulling like you down, like he's like crouching, half fetal position. And you like hear like heavy breathing as they leave after that.
Everything okay there, friend?
No. I think you should keep your mouth shut if they come down.
I make no
For
promises.
Your own safety, Kayam.
Who is he?
What's the title? What's the is it lieutenant, general?
This is. Well, I don't know.
What rank?
I don't know fuck about the Navy, man.
Corporal.
Perfect. Let's go with a captain. This is a captain.
Captain Kamari Yuka should not be here. Should Ben. That's my grandfather. And I'm sure he's going to have some nice words with me. And for your safety, and for you to get out with the least amount of harm, you might want to keep your mouth shut.
You see, Wong, I could have gotten away. I surrendered. And,
You probably should have.
Nah, this is gonna be something for the history books. By the way, are you right or left-handed?
Let's just go with left-handed. Left.
Cool.
Why?
You feel some dampness around your left wrist as the water that I burped up is
Gross.
beginning to erode, like form essentially a blade and start to erode those chains on your left and my right.
You should probably freeze it.
Not really good
I
at
can heat it up.
Yeah.
You can freeze it, get it really cold. I can get it hot. You can get it cold again, and it'll make it brittle.
Oh man, don't promise me with a good time, Wong. And
Are you gonna do it or not?
yeah, it's like, listen, as long as I've got a little bit left over, we'll be good. And I will agree with this plan to help fasten the erosion of those chains.
So really cold, really hot, really cold, really hot.
Yeah.
Make it brittle so we can break.
Box of condoms.
Listen.
So
Yeah.
Wong
So yeah.
and Kayam are working away at this chain, holding them down to the pillar. Slowly. They wish it was going faster. They're working as hard as they can, but it's only like a little half a mouthful of water, and there's only so cold Kayam can get it. Because Kayam's from the warm ass swamp. Ice is not their forte.
It's not.
And there's only so
fair,
hot Wong can get it.
I can only get it so hot without burning either of us.
Yeah, I'm okay with some injuries. And I let you know that it's like I'm a masochist. It's fine.
Why am I not? That's too much information.
And the thing is that the reason there's so little water is that Kayam didn't remove all of his stomach contents. He's saving those.
Awesome! Yay!
The more bodily fluid bullshit.
Well, this is not what I intended for this character. However, it's where
Desperate
we're
times.
at now.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
People are gonna be like, man, I wish he was just poop ending again.
Actually, yes.
Yep.
So
Preferable.
as it's weakening, you guys are so close.
Mm-hmm.
You are so fucking close to being free when that door opens.
Mm-hmm.
And Wong, it is exactly who you expected to see. It is your grandfather standing there with just the stick up, the assiest, most perfect bearing, and just a deeply contemptuous glower as he just looks you up and down. Just nothing to say.
I'd salute you, but I wouldn't really mean it.
Oh, wow. I see where you get your excellent eyes. Gorgeous.
Actually, from my mother.
Hot.
And so the old man comes, not too close, but close enough. God damn it, cat, please stop. The old man comes just close enough to really, really just stare you in the eye.
Oh, I ain't looking at him. I'm looking at the ground. I'm not looking at him.
Yeah. And he's just glowering at the top of your head. And he goes, your mother thinks you're dead. It was all I could do to spare her the shame.
I don't respond to that.
And so he gives it a minute to see if you'll talk, and then he snorts and goes, of course not, little coward. Well, I don't know what you've gotten yourself into with these absolute little traitors and thieves and artists. But
oh no, not artists. The horror. Like, that's in character.
but do not mistake my familial grace for what you will be given. You and your friends will be taken to the Boiling Rock. You will be held there for the attack on the battalion at Chime, for the murder of aide-de-camp Bao, and he starts listing off a far longer series of crimes than any of you are expecting. Like any damage that the Fire Nation did during Chime, you guys are being held responsible for all of that. You guys attacked Chime. You guys killed those people. You're finding out that there's a big list of dead left behind in Chime. All of them with your names on them. You guys are like a serial killing, mass murdering group as far as everyone's concerned. Like, y'all went wild. And so now there's two conflicting stories chasing each other around the world. Kim Ji-woon and his group are a random bunch of wild murdering serial killers who attacked the city of Chime and the Fire Nation battalion that tried to save them, or the Fire Nation killed as many airbenders as they could get their hands on. And these four chuckle fucks are the only ones who know. These are the two stories chasing each other around the world right now. And your grandfather, Wong, is letting you know that he is personally planting one of them and intends on seeing all of you locked up in the Fire Nation's most secure penal facility to make sure you cannot oppose the PR that's trying to go around.
So, what does the person that willingly gives you the Avatar's location get?
And now Wong's grandfather looks at you for the first time.
Hey.
So it's a long, steady look. And he goes, well, that's an excellent question, young man. I suppose what they would get would be a very, very dry, hot cell above the hottest part of the pit, because if anyone were looking for the Avatar, which is a very silly thing to say, we would be absolutely certain that we had got him. We would have, if someone were to be looking for the Avatar, they wouldn't have left a single body alive.
Shows how thorough you were then.
And he whips his head around. He goes, my team was very thorough. What do you mean?
Oh man, I'm just saying, if you were
You get what you want.
If you were so thorough, you wouldn't be so pressed to be coming after us.
And if you were so thorough, you get everything you want by getting the information from him. And honestly, who's going to believe that this scrawny beanpole could actually do any of that anyway?
I know. Look, after all, I'm just an artist.
The other two, sure. Myself, definitely. But you lose nothing. Everyone knows artists lie all the time. Everyone knows that they exaggerate the truth. Who's going to believe any story that comes out of their mouth if you let them go?
He looks at you both, and it's a slow up and down. And you can, all of you, he doesn't even try to pretend not to lie. As he goes, absolutely. You give me the information I want, and we'll set you free.
I sort of nod forward, and I was like, it's so secret. Not even your grandson knows, so let me tell you about it. And, I'm leaning it, I'm nodding forwards so that I can whisper to him. Should I make a roll?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would also like to, pull, tighten our, my left, your right.
Mm-hmm.
See if, is this, is this about the time maybe I should try and rip this apart, when at the queue? Question mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so Kayam, why don't you roll first and you tell me what your role is? And Wong, is that your role for breaking free or is that an old roll? I can't tell.
Oh, that's an old roll. That's an old roll.
Yeah.
I haven't rolled yet.
All right.
Okay.
I think I'm trying to look at my moves that I do have.
Okay.
Here's the thing. I have, even though we haven't verbally said the plan, I would like to use my move, here's the plan. When you commit to a plan you propose to the group, which is me and Wong at this time, roll creativity. Take a -1 for your companion season on board. I think Wong is trusting me. While the plan is being carried out to overcome or invade an obstacle, create an advantage, or neutralize danger, if any of your companions abandon you while you're underway on miss. It's essentially an attack roll with creativity.
Okay.
But I am convincing him with creativity than anything else to lean in so that I can whisper to him. And, for a firebender, if he does lean in, things are about to get incredibly hot in his face, is what I'm about to say.
All right.
Okay, so my creativity, I don't get any negatives, but it's to essentially create an advantage. I'm creating the advantage for Wong. My creativity is a plus what? Oh, because I was on the edit thing. Let me update. My creativity is a +2. Okay, so it is, I rolled a 7, so with a +2, it's a 9. I'm going to do one of my +1s to get it up to a 10 for a full success.
All right.
To get him to lean in.
All right, so the man looks at you contemptuously and he comes entirely too close. He'd never have gotten that close to Wong or Lo Fong. He probably wouldn't even have gotten that close to Kim Ji-woon because he respects Kim Ji-woon as a fellow firebender. But you're not a firebender. You're an artist and a waterbender. You're literally the worst thing.
The worst thing ever in existence. Well, it's about to get worse because I'm gonna.
He leans right in.
I'm going to burp in this asshole's face, and as I burp, the remaining water contents that I have stored in my esophagus will come out, but as they come out, I have sped up the water molecules to boiling so that when they hit him in the face, he has boiling water in his eyes.
And I would like to use this advantage to try and break those hopefully brittle enough manacles to take my own shot at him.
All right, go ahead and they are brittle, so you pick your strongest category and roll with that since they're
It'll
brittle.
be focus or passion. It makes sense for focus. So.
And I've literally created an advantage for you. So
right,
does
plus you get an extra dice because of the advantage.
Oh, it's 3 dice?
Yeah, take the highest.
Okay, hold on. So 3d6 plus 2, and then I'll subtract whatever the lowest one is. So roll 3d6 plus 2. So that will actually be 12.
Cool. Look
Yeah,
at that.
So what happens is I want to, like, as they're doing this, I'm going to break free and kind of like come swinging around the other side. So like I'm behind him and I'm going to fucking like hit him so hard. Or actually, no, I'm going to come up and get him in a chokehold. Start getting him out.
While his eyes are boiling.
Yeah. I'm getting him in a neck hold.
So this is essentially what this looks like. This older man in all his Fire Nation finery, fully confident that the terrible thing he has done is absolutely right, and has leaned in towards Chaim and has just taken a face full of scalding hot water. His face reddens, he screams, he tries to protect his eyes, too late. And as he does, the chain around your wrist breaks. As you swing around, you lead with the chain, and your arm, as you go to wrap it around his neck, the chain leads first. You are able to grab by the chain and by the arm and choke him down to his knees as he holds his hands in front of his eyes. What do you want to do? Y'all have got him, but now it's the two of you. Here's how you are. The two of you have one hand free each. Your other arms are still chained together by a length that's about 6 feet long. So you guys have a good amount of play between you. But you are chained together by a solid chain.
Yeah.
And you do not know how to get out from where you are.
But
the door's open.
I want to, like, he does go down to his knees, so I'm just I'm holding the chain, and the goal is to cut off his air and make him unconscious. And as he's like, I don't want to kill him. And it's very apparent to, like, Kaya, Wong does not want to kill him.
Like, oddly enough, like, as you're strangling your fucking grandfather, knowing that you don't want to kill him, like, so we have, like, the two chains that are connected, like, the two arms that are connected to each other still. Like, essentially what I will do is, like, the hand that's connected to yours, I will hold your hand, and I will give it a squeeze when it's just enough. Because so, like, I'm so physically close to him, I can tell, right?
And then when he's down, I'd like to rummage to see if he has any keys or anything valuable on him.
Okay, so as you go through his pockets, you find that he has a couple things. He has an important letter. You don't take time to read it right now because you're in danger, but you can tell just by the scroll, it is a highly important, sensitive piece of military correspondence. He has a little bit of money, and he does have some keys. They're not the keys to the chain you're wearing, but they're keys to something.
And I'm just asking, just for clarification, the chain that we're wearing, because we were wrapped around a pillar together, like those were the two anchors, were like our arms. So we are we can get out of this room. We're just chained together, right?
Yes.
Okay, just clarify. We can work with that.
Yeah, absolutely, we can work with that. And now that we're like finally free, Wong's just like getting like the blood going back through his muscles, because that's uncomfortable for like 2 days.
Yeah.
And I just looked down at him, morose. Probably much longer than I should.
Yeah, I'm gonna tug the chain, and I'll be like, well, I always wanted to run away with someone together. Let's
Probably
go.
not the best situation. Let's go. Yeah.
It never is. Like,
let me lead.
All you, hun.
All right. So as the two of you head out down the hall, you are dropped into this twisting maze-like series of caverns. They are lit by enormous glowing crystals in natural and shaped pillars and formations. There are dungeons built into the natural wall. It's hard to find your way out, and it's very easy to get lost. And the two of you are essentially running wild, just trying to follow the rough sounds of... Kayam is trying to follow
The water pipes.
the water pipes.
Yeah.
Are the keys I have, do they fit any cells that have people in them?
Yes, they do. They are not, none of them were the keys to the chains you were wearing, but they are the keys to doors.
If I can make it quick enough, I'm letting prison break. Distraction.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
Cool. So as you are running through, unlocking as many doors as possible, you sling open a door and you are greeted by some very young, familiar faces. And you recognize Min's small sister. She
what's her
looks... her name is... Her name is Jade.
She's like young, like 10 or something.
Yeah.
Hey, Jade. I don't know if you remember me. Do you remember Kaio from a couple years ago? I know your sister Min.
And as soon as you say Min, she looks up and she runs over towards you. Not close enough that you can grab her. She likes the look of Kayam. She runs a little bit closer to Kayam, but she's looking at you like she's trying to remember you.
Oh, kiddo, you don't want to be next to me right now.
We're gonna get you.
Oh God, protecting more kids.
We're gonna get you out of here, okay? We're gonna get you back to Min.
And since we have been like moving through these cells, I'm assuming that they have not been as thorough with not leaving water to other prisoners as they have been with me, right?
They have not. Other prisoners are not chained the way you are, and they have access to water.
Yeah.
You have
any standing water, I am just gathering as we move.
Yeah.
So.
All right, so there's just, like you are floating at the ISS, there are globs of water just kind of floating around you, orbiting, waiting to be used as you command. As you guys are running, Min's sister someone has recognized her. She has recognized someone, an adult she knows has picked her up. They are carrying her through the thing. You guys are no longer responsible for her. Someone who knows her has this child. But Wong, you are recognizing that like it's more than just the child. Something has been going on. They've rounded up like a good amount of people you know. It didn't take long for someone in Chime recognized you. Everyone thinks that Kim Ji-woon is the one who got recognized because you keep saying his name. I'm Kim Ji-woon. I'm Kim Ji-woon. You got recognized in Chime. Someone you were in the Fire Nation Academy with when you were younger was on Chime that day. You never saw their face. They had their helmet down, but they saw yours. They're the ones who told your grandfather, you're the reason everyone is looking. And so they've been looking for weeks. A lot of people you know have been rounded up in a lot of different cities.
Like just a lot of different places in general that I've met over the years.
Yeah. But now you know. It's not, Min didn't want to betray you, but it was a choice that you were them. And she chose them over you. Can't be mad about it. You know how it is.
Yeah. And I think as soon as I saw her sister, I put 2 and 2 together immediately. Any anger I had towards her immediately disappeared. Because I get it. I would have done the same.
Yeah. So you guys, I threw Bakugo on the ground. So you guys bust through. You're following someone in the crowd is at least kind of familiar with these dungeons. You guys move together as a group. You manage to make your way out, at least to the highest level towards the
House?
God, yes. Something on the TV just flashed shit out of me out of nowhere. My head hurts now. You make your way up towards the lowest levels of the palace, and there is a commotion going on. Something has been kerfluffling, commotioning. There's arguments. Someone has been trying to do something. There's a commotion at the door. Why don't we look over towards the door and see who could be making a commotion at the palace doors at this time?
Who is it? I wonder.
So here's the thing. It is evening the next day. We are getting right towards twilight. The moon is getting ready to rise. And Kim Ji-woon and Lo Fong, you guys have waited all day.
Yep.
You came through on your part of the bargain, and you dealt with you dealt with that douchebag, pretentious captain. You got him his glass rock. He got you to the doors, and then he screwed you. I mean, you're not surprised, but you guys have been waiting at this doorway for hours now at this point. You know for a fact that the Fire Nation has gotten a chance to get in ahead of you and speak with the Queen. All your best laid plans have gone to shit. You didn't have anyone to back you up. You guys are having a commotion at the door. Like, at this point, you two are both ready to fight your way in because you know that things are about to get real bad. And if they come out to get you, well, you don't want them to come out to get you. You might as well fight your way in or out. And right about the time you start deciding what you want to do, there's a prison break. All of a sudden, dozens of people are streaming up from what looked to be a solid wall before one of the earthbenders moved the wall aside. And normally, you wouldn't be able to see no one, but God bless Kaya with his their tall, skinny ass can be seen above
Followed
the rest
by
of
water.
the earthbenders.
Just water.
With a whole bunch of water just bloop, 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 blooping around them. Y'all see Kayam, which means that hopefully Wong is somewhere nearby.
We're literally changing it.
6
And
feet
the
nearby,
guards-
6 feet away.
And the guards that are getting ready to fight you to continue to keep you out, turn their backs on the two of you to observe the jailbreak happening behind them. It's just 2 guards. What do you two want to do, Lo Fong and Kim Ji Woon?
I am going to stomp right past with a haste because it has been hours. The ego limit has been breached. I am coming in, and I am going to speak my piece. It is going to be accepted because it is the objective truth. How dare these filth do this to me? That will keep. That is their problem. That is what they get when they do not listen to me.
Are these guards Earth Kingdom or Fire Nation?
These are Earth Kingdom guards.
Okay. Then we're just gonna slip by them.
Okay. You know what? I'm not even going to make you guys roll for that because they are rightfully distracted with dozens of people just streaming out of their dungeons. More people than they think should have been in the dungeons. They're confused because, they recognize that dude is a real criminal. Go catch him right now. But that's the lady.
The 10-year-old. The 10-year-old.
That's the lady from the stew house holding a kid, and they should not have. The lady from the stew house should not have been in the dungeons. The kid should not have been in the dungeons. There are problems happening right now. There are people who should not have been. There are more people coming out of the dungeons who should have been held there. The guards are confused by this. So that gives you guys a chance to slip out. The two of you book it. You start running down the palace halls. Kayam and Wong, you see them. You hear that they are not even subtle. Kim Ji-woon goes, "Come the fuck on!"
I look at Kayam. I'm like, "Are we fucking following them, or are we still booking it?" Like, I look like I want to keep booking it, but
like, I take a moment and like. I agree with you on the booking it, but booking it into their direction so that, like, because I am apparently the tall one that's getting there first, just by sure fact that I have longer legs and I run faster. And I just, like, get to Kim Ji-woon, we're booking it. like, we are booking it. Like,
we're booking it towards with Kim Ji-woon and Lo Fong?
Yes.
Okay. I have no choice in this matter.
Like,
you do not. You are Chamberlain.
Like, is there a way so that, like, can we book it? This is actually exactly what I want to do because why the hell not? It's Avatar. We book it in the direction that we originally want to go, but I form a water arrow in front of our friends to point in that direction. like, and literally write this way.
Yoink.
That's hilarious. Yes. So you're like doing the follow the arrows. So you are putting up signs. You guys are running. There is commotion all through the palace. People are running where they shouldn't be. There are so many people involved. And as you guys are trying to just kind of blend your way in and hide among all that commotion, you hear this young, lightly lispy voice go, "In here, in here, in here." And someone opens the door, and just this, bless his heart, this child looks just a wild child, just hairs all over the place. He's a little bit snotty. He's a little bit bug-eyed. He's definitely dirty. This is definitely this is the worst behaved servant's child in the palace. You can tell just looking at him. Just look at how rowdy and dirty he is. But he also is trying to hide people. So, do you follow this random rowdy redheaded child?
Yeah.
I mean, I have no reason not to.
Where's the queen?
Like, children have gotten us, like, out of clutches so far pretty well. Like, clearly, we're following the children.
Where's the queen? I have a statement.
Are you
Okay,
serious?
so-
I'm thinking about that still right now. We have to leave.
Yes.
Yeah, so the child yanks you guys into a room, and as he does, he waves his hand, and what appeared to be a door seals itself into a solid wall. People are streaming by. No one is looking in this direction. And he just he's looking at you guys. Kim Ji-woon, you recognize him. No one else has really has had to expose themselves to enough royals that they would have to recognize their grandchildren on sight.
Not without their consent.
But you run in just the right circles that you have seen at least a painting of the young Prince Boomy. I mean, his hair was done and his face was washed.
I was just like,
But at this point, you've gotten used to recognizing what a child looks like underneath dirt. You took care of one for about a month now. You know what it looks like. You recognize the young Prince Boomy. And you go, where is your grandma?
I think this happens just like as I'm ruffling the kids here and be like, thanks, kid. And then I just look. I'm like, what?
What?
This little thing.
We are in the presence of the first Prince of Omashu. I ask of you, where is your grandmother? I have words.
And he's just like, and kind of kicks his foot, and he's like, she's been in meetings all day with the Fire Navy.
Wonderful. I'm here to embarrass them all.
Hi, Kayam.
You
Hi,
go.
Wong. Man, you guys sure, broke out of prison. Are you okay? Do you have any head injuries? No, it's alright, Kim Ju. I'm fine. I just burped inside of Wong's grandfather's face, boiled his eyes. He'll probably never see again.
Good.
And the kid whips around, just real excited. You go, you boiled a man's eyes.
I did.
Cool.
Well, boiling water definitely was in his face, so... By the way, don't mind us. We're just chained together.
Oh yeah, Lo Fong picks the locks on the chain.
All right, so Lo Fong goes ahead and he unlocks you first, Kayam. And while he does, Prince Boomy is looking at you, Kim Ji-woon, and so he's still excited. You said you're here to embarrass somebody, and he is so used to being the most embarrassing thing in the palace. He can't wait for someone. He wants to see what an embarrassing moment looks like from the outside. He's only ever seen it from the starring role. But depending on how, everyone always acts so outrageous. It can only be better from the outside. He is definitely going to take you to his grandmother. He wants to see all this happen. And as he does, he doesn't open any doors onto hallways. You can hear commotion happening here, there, and everywhere. But he is moving you straight through the palace. He's moving you through doors that are not, he's making doors out of walls. This is a very powerful earthbending child to the point where he thinks that this is standard. Of course, everyone moves through the palace by just rearranging the...
Hey,
Wait, just because I got back, is Booby taking us to his grandmother while she's in a meeting with the Fire Nation Navy?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Because Kim Ji-woon has promised to do something so embarrassing. He wants to embarrass the Fire Nation. And Prince Boomy is used to being the source of embarrassment, not watching embarrassment happen to others.
Okay, there is very high reluctance of Wong wanting to go, but I'm still chained to Kayam.
No,
so
we're not.
I don't.
We gotta-
Oh, no,
Technically,
you're
Oh,
not.
we're good. We're not.
Lo-
Okay,
No.
thank God.
Lo Fong
Thank God.
Lo Fong got you out of that.
Oh, thank God. Oh god, I really don't.
You missed the Kayam rant.
I need to go back and hear that rant.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to go, but like, I don't have a lot of choices right now.
Just because we're unchained doesn't mean that I've let go of your hand.
Yeah. I feel like, even though you got the spindliest arms, I feel like you have a grip of iron.
Oh yeah, no. Kayam is a top in all sense of the words.
Yep. My skin is hot.
You know what? That's okay. That's alright. I appreciate it.
So, as you guys are moving, Boomy is just, y'all thought Sami could talk. Boomy has not shut up. He's a fast motor mouth, and he's telling you about all sorts of things. He's telling you about the birds that migrate through, and he's telling you about what the castle is made of, and he's telling you about his friend Hang, and he's telling you about how they go fucking. He's really, now that he's on this topic of his friend Aang and the stuff they do, he's telling you about the last time Aang was here and how much the two of them got in trouble because they were riding the mail carts and they accidentally tipped a few over. But it was fun because Aang helped airbend them upright and blah, 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 because his friend is an airbender, and that's so cool. He has friends who are airbenders, and he has friends who are waterbenders, and he has friends, blah, 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 blah. But you can tell that Aang is his best friend, because that is a name that just keeps popping up. And because it keeps popping up, it's vaguely kind of itching in the back of your head. Like, this must either it's a really popular airbender name, or this kid gets around a lot because you think that maybe you heard Hani talk about the same kid. I mean, he seems like a nice kid. Everybody who talks about him likes him. Sweet kid, I guess.
Yeah.
It's kind of sucks because airbender kid. But, and you don't tell him that. He's telling you about how Aang's supposed to be coming back next week with the next group of airbenders who comes through, and nobody can't say nothing about that. But before the pause gets too awkward, he stops in front of a very large wall, and he goes, "Okay, do you want me to go tell Grandma you're here, or do you want to just go in?"
Before they answer, I'm gonna do a quick bloodbending assessment of how many people are in this room.
Okay, so this room is not protected in the same way that the dungeon is. Mm-hmm. It would be considered really kind of rude to aggressively prevent another bender from being able to bend. Mm-hmm. At least in a public space. Yeah. So you can access your powers, and you can tell that there's a bunch of people in there, mm-hmm. But also you can tell that some of them are soldiers. Some of them are more calm than others. Right. There's about 10 people in the room. Okay. And just as the GM, I'll let you know, the 10 people in the room are the Queen, the head of the battalion from Chime, mm-hmm. the man you know is the killer, 3 other Fire Nation soldiers, and everyone else is the Queen's protection detail.
So there are some signatures in there that I recognize then.
Yes. Yeah. You recognize at least 2 of those heartbeats. You recognize the killer, and you recognize the battalion leader.
And Zhao. I'm going to kind of look at my friends, and it's like, before we go in, just remember everyone keep their cool. Boomy, there's windows in there, right? Just, there's windows, right?
Boomy goes, yeah, lots of them.
Okay, great.
I'm not going in.
Yep, just, okay.
Y'all are on your own, I'm not going in.
I look over at you, Wong, and it's like, he's not in there.
It doesn't matter. There's a Fire Nation Navy in there. And they are all looking for me.
I will turn to sort of like face you. And look down at you.
I will be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure.
And we'll say, the closer that all of you are to me, the better I can protect you.
You know that bullshit that my grandfather was saying? Framing all of us for all those crimes? Not all of them are framing. The Fire Nation have every right to take me in as a defactor.
Yeah, well...
Fire Nation.
Not the time. If I make this out alive, I will explain later.
It's like, yeah, well... Fire Nation are full of douche nozzles.
Yes.
And, you know, murderous colonizers and genociders and all of this. And the way that I see it, Wong, is, it was, whatever you did was the morally correct choice.
It doesn't change the fact that they have every right to arrest me for Fire Nation law.
They won't.
Lo Fong just kind of says, well, if it's any consolation, depending on what Earth Nation people are in there, they might want to kill me on sight.
Look, see, everyone's hating.
Standing up there for hours. They didn't even. Open this door and witness.
Can I do a roll? Sorry, can I comfort and support Wong to come in with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Do it up.
Oh, buddy, it's a 10. That's just a 10 on the roll, because what's comfort and support?
Harmony,
I think.
Okay, then it's a straight 10, yeah. I won't let them touch you. I promise.
I will flee at the first moment they try. But fine.
I haven't, let go of your hand, and I'm not gonna let it go,
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Yeah.
Aww.
Remember, iron grip.
I, stay behind everyone else, though.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah, so Boomy goes ahead and he is so excited. This is so much drama. Kim Ji-woon is mad in the front and Lo Fong is there like a big placid wall. Him and Kayam between Wong and everyone else. And Boomy throws open the wall just as loud as he can. No one on the Earth Kingdom side jumps. They all know when Boomy opens a fucking wall. Jesus, everyone in town knows that sound. But all of the Fire Nation jumps. They jump to their feet. They spin around aggressively. And as they do, every one of those Earth soldiers puts themselves between the Fire Nation and you guys. Because in doing so, they put themselves between those soldiers and Prince Boomy, who immediately comes running out at full speed and goes, "Grandma, someone wants to talk to you."
I love Boomy so much.
Oh, best character forever.
I think there's so many best characters in this game, y'all.
Boomy.
Boomy's top 5 at least.
Boomy he is canon perfection, though.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So, Her Majesty turns around and she spins around just in time to see Boomy come running out, and Kim Ji-woon just comes storming out behind him, just finger pointed. Kim Ji-woon, why don't you take us home? Take us to church. Cuss them the fuck out. Let's do this.
Kim Ji-woon.
I have been standing for 8 hours. That corrupt, disgusting filth. You call a guard captain unable to distinguish even the commonest of glass from a diamond, unable to hide his naked greed, unable to keep
order in your city, unable to keep these disgusting excuses for soldiers from rounding up citizens all throughout your kingdom, all throughout your villages, piling them up here like some kind of refuse. This is what I am waiting on. These killers, these murderers who have continued to slander and libel my good name, for I am Kim Ji-woon, and I will not tolerate them in this city or any other any longer. Throw them out!
And Her Majesty is just, she has sat back. She is waiting. She's gonna let you roll on this. She likes the tone of your voice. She likes the rage in your eyes. More importantly, when a firebender starts going in such a way that they start steaming from the nostrils and the corners of their mouth, you just let them keep going. You just let them get it all out, because otherwise they may literally begin to spit fire. But Her Majesty watches between the genuine, naked, honest outrage on your face and the way that Captain Zhao blanches and then looks away and then glares at you. Your reactions are both very telling. And she does not like what she sees, especially as Captain Zhao stands up in her palace and tells his men to go around hers and says, arrest them at once. And she says nothing. She holds up her hand, and before the Fire Nation can move, her men have spread out further, slid their feet apart into a fighting stance, and continue to form a living wall between the Fire Nation and all of you. So
Meanwhile,
now,
look at
yeah. So now, here's where you are. Kim Ji-woon, you are about 10 feet away from Her Majesty. There's really only just her personal soldiers between two of you. As for the rest of you, there is a line of Earth Kingdom guards. Lo Fong and Kayam are between Wong and everybody else. The killer is towards the back of the room. Commander Zhao is at the front. His 3 guys are squared off against these 5 Earth Nation guards. They're not getting past, but they want to. This is where everybody is. What do y'all want to do? What's going on next?
as soon as we entered the room, Lo Fong's eyes locked onto the killer, and they have not left him, because Lo Fong knows that he is the most dangerous person in the room, outside of maybe Lo Fong himself, as far as like combatants.
Yeah, same. Like as soon as we entered, my eyes have been glued on like the Fire Navy and the Fire Nation in general, but also keeping an eye on the killer, because what he said was concerning before.
Oh yeah, no.
And he knocked me out.
Everyone else might be looking around at other people. Like this guy, he is staring at this guy, and he like almost not even blinking, like refusing to let him out of his sight for even a second.
And Lo Fong, while he feels your gaze, he gives you one quick glance. He is not giving you the same respect of recognizing the only other real danger in the room. He cannot stop staring at Wong. At this point, Wong is visibly uncomfortable with it, and it just makes it all the better. Just a solid snake got a bird.
Kayam is taking note and reading as quickly as possible everybody's personal biological signature, making sure that he can tell the difference between friend and foe, just in case something goes down. And looking out the window and just maybe shuffling to the moonlight. Just a little bit, just get a little moon bath like a fucking witch.
As you guys have made your way through the palace, the sun has completely set and the moon has finally crested. She is full, she is heavy, and as she is shining through, her light glints just right off the water surrounding Kayam's head. It catches the blue in your eyes just right. It makes them glow a little bit. You are glorious and a little bit dangerous standing there by the window.
Would you say that I'm empowered?
I would.
Thank you.
I would, because you are a waterbender and it is the night of the full moon.
Thank you.
That's right.
Also, Kayam, I think as soon as we've kind of settled into the main room, I do slide my hand out of yours. Not because I don't appreciate the comfort, but I need my hands if shit goes down.
Yeah, no, it's easy. No, easy enough for me, to catch that hint. Not an issue, because I don't need my hands to waterbend, but they don't know that.
However, I need my hands and feet to
Exactly.
firebend.
Just take a weird waterbender stance. It's very awkward. It's this is how, this? Okay.
All right. So Her Majesty, her voice is a little bit tremulous with age, but still fairly deep and strong as she finally sits forward looking at all of you and goes, well, this is a lot, isn't it? Young man, please, by all means, have a seat. And she makes just the most graceful little hand gesture, and the floor shifts. Chairs rise. They're beautiful. They're ornate. She is exactly as powerful as her grandbaby, but far more finesse. Her Majesty shows off very quickly and with no little sense of style that maybe all of y'all need to stop showing your ass in her beautiful palace made of stone before all of you end up get engulfed up to your neck in the floor while she speaks softly to you. So Kim Ji-woon, you go ahead and sit down. But as for the rest of you, it is absolutely fine if you choose to stay standing. Do the rest of you approach and sit down?
I say standing.
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 So Kim Ji-woon, she looks at you and she goes, You are a very upset young man. Slander and libel, you say?
Accuses me of the death of his second, the only soldier honorable enough to refuse to continue to be party to the slaughter, the unlawful imprisonment, attack on time, on the Eastern Air Temple, on its children, its innocent. The only soldier willing to stand up and protest, and this filth wearing my people's uniform, besmirching my good name, killed him and has not and can't even hold responsibility himself. Captain Zhao, what say you?
So there is a very broken kind of cry that comes from the back corner of the room. And it may not draw the rest of your attention, but it certainly draws Her Majesty's attention as her grandson lets out just this heart-wrenching sound as Kim Ji-woon says that there has been a slaughter of the Air Nation. And specifically as he says that they attacked the children. Her Majesty, her face becomes, she has a very handsome, mobile face. She was probably not a classic beauty in her youth. She's gorgeous. Some people just age really well, and it's of stone as she looks over at the Fire Nation and says, "A couple weeks. Why is Commander?" And the commander looks at her, and he looks at y'all. He looks at her, and there's a moment you can see. And before he can move, he definitely is considering attacking. Before he can move, the killer makes a move.
2 seconds before you say what that move is, I need OBS to reconnect.
Okay.
Like, it got recorded, I had to switch, but OBS did not reconnect yet, so I'm just gonna see if it'll do that real quick. All right, we are reconnected and in the green. So go ahead. What move is the killer making?
Before the commander can make a decision on whether they are going to advance or retreat, the killer, it's so fast. He is so, the jets of flame that shoot from, you would think that he had never bent before. He has always fought like a non-bender. But perhaps it is a long-running, sneaky trait of the Fire Nation to pretend like you can't bend until the last minute, because the jets of flame that shoot from his feet fly him across the floor. He is heading directly for Her Majesty. He has a blade in his hand.
Well, Lo Fong and I are like watching this man like a hawk. Can we?
I have been
do something like.
You sure can.
I have been expecting him to do something.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
Oh, yeah. We'll. You can go first.
Okay. I'm very simple. I want to like try and shoot this man with fire because he's making a move on royalty. So maybe we both describe what we're doing and then we'll like tag team it. Casey?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Lo Fong, if anything, is always like super calm, super collected. Doesn't generally let his emotions get in the way of stuff. But anyone who is looking at his face right now would just see pure rage. Like this group that he has found himself with, like, we've done something good, we're trying to do more good, and the people who have caused the entire problem are just trying to do more of the same. And he launches himself like between the Earth Kingdom guards and the dagger that he always has, that he has never once unsheathed in front of any of the group, even when we were all fighting the Fire Nation back in Chime and we were mostly surrounded. He had it out, but it was still in the guard. Yeah. And he was like whacking people with the hilt. The blade is out now. And he is basically launching himself on an interception path towards this guy.
Right. What would you like us to roll?
You are both trained fighters. Please rely on your skills and training.
Okay, I can do that.
That's a 10.
I got mixed success. So if I can describe this, I think what happens for my mixed success is that I don't make a direct hit. But Wong, in a very quick, focused, military form, punches out flame gushing at the killer, and it like cuts him off, but doesn't actually hit him, giving Lo Fong that opportunity to do what he needs to do.
All right. So, as this man burst for Her Majesty, around her, people around her, her soldiers began to move. They're not quite moving fast enough. The Fire Nation soldiers, almost as if they had planned this from the beginning, have moved to counteract her own soldiers. They're getting in the way. They're willing to sacrifice their life if necessary to let the killer make this shot. Wong, your jet of fire scorches across the room. You shoot neatly. You just barely miss the hair of two Earth Nation soldiers, and it cuts a straight line down the room, a line of hot, bright fire between Her Majesty and Prince Boomy on this side of the flames. The killer stops short on this side. He knows better than to try to. He's tried to bust through your flames once before, and he paid for it. Even if you had ran and you didn't see what happened, and it wasn't your fucking fault. He tried. He's paid the price once before, and he knows not to do it again. He skids to a halt, and as he does, Lo Fong's momentum crashes into him. The two of you roll across the floor, and as you come up, Lo Fong, you roll onto your feet, and the killer lies at yours. He is on his back, staring glassily upward, and your blade is buried between his ribs.
I will, at that point, like, he exhales, and then he just, like, kind of regains his calm a little bit and, like, bends down, pulls the dagger out of him, wipes it off on the tunic, and puts it back in the sheath, and then turns around to face the other Fire Nation soldiers.
The other soldiers are busy. There is so much happening. They have begun. They were too close to bend. There is hand-to-hand combat happening all through the room, the clashing of blades, a ringing of steel, the sound of flesh on flesh, and the commander is frozen as if he cannot decide whether he should try anyway for Her Majesty or try to save his own fucking hide. Kayam, while you stand there, bathed in the moonlight, held by your mother, the one who loves you best, who moves the water within you, what do you want to do, man?
Oh, shit.
Everyone else is busy.
Everybody, there's these fights, and there's people going down, and there's blood being flung. I think Kayam is going to make, in this moment of balance, everybody stop. That is hostile. The hostiles just feel a lack of control. Some of them feel their limbs chill even. But not chill as if like there's ice going in. It's that cold feeling that you feel when you've lost circulation to your extremities. And he's going to say, We're all going to sit down and talk about this, or your hearts stop. And he looks at the commander, because the commander also feels that, right?
He does, and the 3 soldiers sit down immediately. They sink to their knees in surrender. They rest their butts on their heels. They're not willing to die for this. But here's the thing. The commander knows a lot of information. Mm-hmm. He knows exactly what they've done. He knows that his plan has been given up. And he looks at you, and he looks at Her Majesty, and he looks at how much he's outnumbered, and he very much believes you, Kayam, as he turns and bolts for the door.
He can't. He can't. And it's not that it's not that I'm physically stopping him by stopping his body from moving, but like I did the tea, like I did the water that I belched, the fluid within him spins faster and faster and faster. And he's a firebender, I'm assuming, but he's never felt his literal brain boil, I'm assuming, either.
Probably not. This man has made his decision, and I'm sure that in the last seconds of his life, he really regrets that decision. At no point did he think that what was going to happen would be every liquid in his body becoming hotter than a firebender could handle. He freezes, and his scream echoes through the room for a long moment before he falls to the ground, red and blistered and dead. The killer is dead. The commander is dead. The Fire Nation military members who have entered have surrendered. And Her Majesty stands there holding Prince Boomy face to her clothes so that he cannot see the carnage. And she goes, I think that we have a lot to discuss. But for now, let me offer you rest. Someone find them a room. And Her Majesty takes the child and she sweeps out and she leaves you guys to be escorted to a room. She does want to talk to you. You have the most powerful ally in Omashu. So that's the good news. The good news is that you guys did it. That was awesome. The bad news is that that's the end of season 1.
Wong is staring in horror at Kayam during all of that. Because that
was never going to let anyone touch you. They couldn't touch you. There was no way. Not with me there.
Lo Fong now knows for certain that the feeling that he had when Kayam made that vague threat a while ago, his feeling that Kayam is very dangerous has now just been proven to him.
I don't think Kayam knew how dangerous Kayam was. So
yeah, once again, Lo Fong is very proud. Lo Fong is very proud of his ability to assess people, and is again very glad that for the moment the two of you are on the same side.
I have a question. I think that I have both pulled off a ridiculous stunt this session, as well as openly outperformed an authority figure.
Oh yeah.
If that's the case, Kayam's playbook changes at the end of this session.
Perfect timing.
He's now the prodigy. So,
all right.
Because Hey everyone, we don't technically need to worry about leveling up though this session because it's the end, and we'll figure it out, right? We'll figure it out. It's the end of season 1 because this is only season 1. We decided about halfway through that we will be doing a second season at the very least because we like each other and we like this story, and 10 episodes wasn't enough. Just wasn't enough. Yeah.
Also, a great cliffhanger until we come back.
It's such a good cliffhanger. As far as when we will be back with this, I keep thinking about my year. I do have a wedding to plan for in October, so I want to have everything like done by mid-September. So I'm thinking we might be a summer show, or around this time next year for a start. So think about that. As far as the rest of the year goes, I don't have anything going on the rest of the year. Please hop into my Discord if you ever want to participate in just some shenanigan. I'm going to get the link here in a second. Some shenanigan games. But as far as what we have planned for next season, 100% returning will be season 2 on Wednesdays will be my Animorphs. Blaze in the Dark hack done by At the Forefront. This game takes place in my hometown, Louisiana, in the 90s, and I don't know if y'all know how much Animorphs have shaped every single way that I tell stories, including this story, in that I love torturing people and anyway. It's all from Animorphs, so it's very important to me that we come back to that, and 100% we're coming back on Saturdays with the 4th season of our Dragon Age campaign run by my friend Emma, or at Humaloo, called In Darkness Unbroken, where we will have a new cast member. The 3rd season has just been uploaded to YouTube, so look at my Twitter because the links is there if you want to catch up before we come back with that in late January. And I'm shopping around for a 3rd game this spring. So, I don't know, like no one's given me solid pitches yet, so if you have a solid pitch for either a Thursday or a Friday game, let me know because I got space and the need to produce. So, with that, that's me. Everybody else, where can we find you on the internet? What is your, and more of a general than just the, like what y'all got coming the next new year, essentially.
Ooh, I guess I'll go because I have no idea what's coming in the next year much. You can see me on Clockwork Productions on Saturday nights, which is where we play Blood on the Clock Tower, social deduction game. It's a lot of fun. Additionally, this is probably just relevant if you're in the general vicinity of Nashville, Tennessee. But I have a concert in January that is all my original music that is going to be put on as a show on January 22nd.
Nice.
So yeah, it's really cool. It's music stuff I've been working on. Some of it I've been working on for over a decade. Some of it's newer stuff, but my Music City Big Band will be playing on January 22nd. It's just local to Tennessee, but hit me up on Twitter if you're interested, and I can get you a ticket link. That's me. Who's next?
I think it's me. Okay, I'll just go quickly.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Mary. You can find me on Twitter at Archmage of Dice. I think this is I only have one more game for the rest of the year. Tomorrow, I will be running a game of Magical Kitties Save the Day for charity over on Sword and Keys Twitch channel. We're raising money for Children's Burn Foundation, so please come check us out at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. And then that's it for the rest of the year. But next year, we will be coming back with Horizon's Call. I think the first Saturday of January, where we will be in the nautical game of Damaris at 6 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays. And also sometime next year, mid-February, I'll be running a game of Invisible Sun on Sword and Key. That's all I got, but I'm excited.
Nice.
I have been PM Ji Woon, but For the rest of the year, I am but myself. I am on Twitter at Josta Dyson. That's JOSADISON. Perhaps not. You might even find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/Shinobi. Else, wait for that wonderful, wonderful season 2 announcement and the return.
Awesome. All right. And I have been your GM, Arnica Ross. It's been a pleasure playing with you guys. It's been a pleasure telling you all my story. You can find me, I'm wrapping up my year. So you can find me on Monday on Girls Run These Worlds on Under the Floorboards as a cast member. We will be playing a borrower style game as part of Girls Run These Worlds Winter One Shot Week. That will be Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then Friday the 23rd, you can catch me running a Bluebeard's Bride special for Christmas, the Mrs. Claus special. Also on Girls Run These Worlds, same time, Friday the 23rd, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That will go ahead and finish up my 2022. And then we'll be jumping right back in January 2nd, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as we bring back Wish We Weren't Here to finish off our season. 7 episodes. I'm going to give them hell. You thought I gave Team Avatar a hard time? Woo! You don't know how I treat these poor fools in cars. I'm so mean.
So, hey, before we go, can we just give a round of applause, please? Yay! We did it! To all of you being
That was so fun
so
and dramatic.
wonderful and gorgeous.
Painful.
And I'm so happy to have this group and to play this game. And thank you for everyone just for tuning in general for the whole year, not just this season, but the whole year. All of the subs, everything. It helps me keep this space running. This space is important to me. I'm a disabled person that can't work, so I use what skills I have to make sure that my friends have a place to run their actual plays, and that's what this space is for. So thank you all for your support. I couldn't do it. I could probably do it a little bit, but I couldn't do it as much without all of your support. And without everyone who just comes to the table and plays and gives free labor, like, essentially. I love you all, and we are going to, speaking of Girls Run This Worlds, we're going to raid them.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and give them a raid, and we will see you all in the new year. Bye!
Bye.
Bye.